but my sight now is much better with this glass lens between you and me. Oh no, it wasn't waving. Oh Lord, it's only drowning.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. How are you all doing this evening? It's certainly been a day. I've been hard at work today. I'm just gonna fucking say it. I know I gassed this guy's music up a lot, but I think it's wild. I've basically been using the exact same selection of tracks from the same album since I, started up VTubing all the way back in 2022, or going on 3.5 years now, and I've never ever gotten sick of it. Still have my cassette copy of this album, and I still listen to it constantly. I actually was not writing a whole lot of Yuri. I was mostly just working more on those script lines for Bonnie, but I just think it's crazy. I've had this guy's music as my intro for this long, and I've never gotten sick of it. If any of you ever get a chance and you want to listen to some very, very unique, powerful, and haunting music to Make the Sun Hurt by Tucker Theodore, I do wish Antiquated Future would stock more cassette copies, but, well, what are you gonna do? But I've been busy. It's been a busy, busy day. I woke up and Nix and I got the futon for our living room set up. We're still waiting on the stand to put the TV on, so once we get that put together, we'll be putting our games, consoles, and movies and all of that onto it. The intro video itself has gone through many different iterations. I wonder how many people still remember the old like VHS flyover footage I had back in 2022 that I wholesale replaced with just a single TV showing the flyover footage in 2023. It's gone through many different iterations, but so once we get the TV stand set up, then we'll actually have the TV and everything, and I'll probably be moving a bunch of my stuff into another storage unit. I don't think I'll be needing my KRK Rocket 5s or my Tascam 424 anytime soon. But what are you gonna do? So I know you remember Cinco. Cinco, I think, is the biggest old head in the chat here tonight. Next to Nix. Actually, no, Cinco predates Nix. Cinco's been here since 2022. Cinco, do you remember the white woman jump scare stream? I remember the white woman jump scare stream. It's yesterday. So, we got that done. As soon as the living room was a little bit closer to peace, I come on down into my room, and isn't that every stream? Every stream that features Muller is a white woman jump scare stream. For those who want to know more, I'm explicitly referring to a stream that I had Cinco on, of a Half-Life 2 full conversion mod called Nightmare House 2. It's very obviously very heavily inspired by films like The Ring and games like Fear. It was a pretty like cliche driven modification. I thought it was fun, but all of the jump scares of the sort of like vengeful spirit character, we just kept calling them white woman jump scare. And I had enough fun with Cinco on for that, they ended up bringing it on for Need for Speed Most Wanted. I still want to have it on for a full, like, not just sitting back and yapping, but, like, an actually, like, sitting down and paying attention, Carbon stream. Yeah, Nightmare House 2 is a game. It's certainly a game. I think the only things I remember from that stream, other than that, were that one time I got motion sick because of the strobe light during that one combat scene, and then forgot that I had God mode on for the rest of the stream after that. That one guy that you get as like an NPC companion saying, "Holy shit, he was in the goddamn vents," or what is it? That one thing that just says nobody leaves Nightmare House or whatever. Fucking ridiculous game. White woman jump scare. I think white woman jump scare describes the average human being's customer-facing job at this point. So, after we got that whole thing with the futon setup, I got in here, and I did a lot of work on my PC. So, replaced the PSU. It was an 850 watt, and I replaced it with a 1000 watt that Amanda was gracious enough to hand me. I bought it off of her along with the 480, the 4080, and a 1 terabyte NVMe drive that she handed to me. So, new PSU, new NVMe that Stalker 2 is actually running on, so it's actually running on a proper SSD tonight, an M2 SSD, not just like the typical, like, because my like 4 terabyte E drive that all of my Steam stuff and much of my other things is running on is an HDD. I also defragmented that HDD. So Stalker 2 and all of my like main Stalker installations are now explicitly running on a D drive, which is an M2 NVMe. I also completely uninstalled all display drivers to make sure I wasn't getting any weird like fuck shit going on with my, you know, like any possible older 3080 drivers that the NVIDIA app forgot to uninstall. Updated Armory Crate, my NVIDIA drivers, updated all of my Windows firmware. I was basically hard at work, and it was about like a good hour, and I also forgot to take a photo of what all of my plugs looked like in the PSU, so I was like, well, I guess I just gotta hope that I got everything right, and thankfully I did. So, it's been a long one. It's been a long one. I've been fairly in and out of certain headspaces. 80 was fronting pretty heavily last night, so I'm just kind of taking things as I go. So tonight's definitely going to be a fairly laid-back Stalker Tuesday, or at least as laid-back as it can be. Obviously, of course, if any of you are planning on playing Stalker 2 and haven't gotten to SIRCAA advisory for spoilers, there's going to be a pretty heavy moment here tonight. Before I get in, actually, no, I'll do it when I'm actually in the bar. So, allow me this, if you give me a moment. That's the wrong button. Good work, Sascha. Okay, that's better. Hi everybody. I'm Too Much Sascha, the Chernobyl Battle Maid. I cook, I clean, I kill. And I'm also under the thumb of the UN, but you didn't hear that from me. When I'm not any of those things, I'm playing spooky shooty games here on Twitch, and every Tuesday I play Stalker. Tonight we're going to be playing Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl, an absolute sweetheart of mine, and I'm so happy it turned out the way it did and is continuing to get the support that it does right now. Over a year after release, by the way. Let me give some love to some of my friends in chat, because we've got a lot of them here tonight, which means fucking Stalker Tuesday, what do you expect? Ocean, wonderful to see you. Unfortunately, the compass redeem was snatched by Cinco. We also got Tiana, Estelle. Tiana, once again, thank you for that gift sub. Make sure you're able to take care of yourself, homie. I got a lot of my homies. Anytime they like be gifting a lot of subs, I always tend to be like, hey, make sure you're like able to pay your bills, all right? Like I can come after that, all right? Ziggy, wonderful to see you as well as Kelly, Nix, love you. And also Missy is here. Missy, can't wait to see you on Thursday for the pain. The torment, the absolute atrocities of Pathologic 2. I can't wait to get Slavjanked. It's like a good like 60% Slavjank this week. I don't think Kira, the developer of Lost in Vivo, is Slavjank. I guess we'll have to find. Holy shit, Kim Tustis, speaking of fucking long-running subs, Kim Tustis, I think, actually might predate Cinco. Kim Tustis, thank you so much for the... swear these months only last like a week these days. Fucking tell me about it. It really does still kind of... It feels like both like multiple years ago and yesterday when I was still living at my old family's house. Woo! But thank you so much for the sub, and it is wonderful to have you so consistently here for as long as you have been, Kim Tustis. I hope you're doing well today. Angel! Good to fucking see you. Angle needed a fucking nap, the batteries were low. Naps, food, always the first things that Dr. Sascha tends to prognose whenever my homies are kind of having a rough time these days. Unless they've been sleeping too much or eating too much, which... I mean, to be honest, I think I might be doing both of those things, but we'll talk about that another time. You just hit 3 years and a month of following. Yeah, Kelly, I think... I don't remember how long you've been with us, Kelly, but you've been with us very, 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 very long. I still think Cinco might actually technically predate you, because I know I met Cinco around, like, the spring and summer of 2022, because Cinco and I came up in Rocco's crew. And I think I found around autumn of 2022? To be perfectly honest, the year of 2022 is basically just set up into 2 sectors for me, before I got into VTubing and after. And obviously the time before I got into VTubing was like way, way fucking worse. The time after was still kind of rough, but a little bit better. Ah, the dog walkage. So, for tonight's programming, we're gonna be playing some Stalker 2. Specifically, I've obviously, like... Okay, so, on a lot of my older Anomaly, like, vanilla Anomaly saves, I used to have, like, a whole rule, right? Where it's like, okay, don't play it off stream, like, and make sure, you know, like, you upload all of it, all, like, the VODs into a series. With EFP and Stalker 2, I don't really give a fuck. I've been playing Stalker 2, like, on stream and off in various different saves, and I just kind of play whatever the fuck, and, like... You know, I don't really, like, try to have it be sequential or, like, episodic or anything. I just kind of like playing Stalker to play Stalker, because I fucking remember back when, like, I still need to, like, find somebody who can draw a good, like, Simpson-style thing for the fucking September 2022 X19 raid. Fuck that. Having my Stalker Tuesdays be episodic meant that there was extra pressure for nothing to go wrong. Or else, like, the, you know, like, actual, like, uploads of things would get all fucked. Generally speaking, it meant that I just kind of had to stick it out through all of the worst shit, and it just kind of made Stalker Tuesdays unfun when I had to make them, like, a consecutive run where everything had to be its own stream, you know? And here with Stalker 2, it's like the last time I played Stalker 2, it was a different save. I don't give a fuck that much anymore, you know? Billy, good to see you, my homie. Our absolute gayest chatter. How are you doing today? Holy shit, Ziggy. Thank you so much for the fucking sub. God damn. Astral Kafka. I don't think I recognize that name. Excuse me. Why is there a hype train happening? Like, it's a basic-ass Stalker Tuesday. It's a basic-ass Stalker Tuesday. But thank you kindly. So that's basically where we're at right now. It's gonna be a pretty basic thing. Also, Cinco wrote, I've been around a while. We weren't friends yet, but I feel like I remember seeing you in passing when you first started VTubing. This I remember. I actually remember, I think, that one time that Rocco and a lot of us did, like, that one Gardic phone stream or whatever. I think I remember a couple of your drawings being ones that I saved as far back as then. And then, of course, there was the Nightmare House 2 stream that resulted in the infamous Too Much Zaza drawing. Also, thank you so much, Kelly, for gifting a sub to Billy Bucket. I appreciate you, Kelly. The gayest gift sub. A gift sub so impossibly gay. This bit was dead on arrival. I have my beer, some mini nan bread to dip into sauce, and I'm ready for Stalker. Sounds good. Yeah, I actually preloaded all of the shaders before stream, before me and Nix went to go get some Taco Bell. And, I've had it loaded entirely, so we don't have any of that weird bullshit where you load the game up for the first time on like a fresh PC boot, and nothing is loaded, including your gun, or your inventory, or the main menu. So I've gotten that fixed. So let's see how smoothly she runs on an NVMe. I'm just gonna bring us on down. Fuck it. However, here's the problem, is I forgot to actually set the game's capture and audio input to it. Yeah, that SCP 5K stream. Holy shit. Missy, thank you so much. God damn. Fucking hell. Alright, and now we've gotten a hype train level 1. And Engel said, because we like you, you dork. I know you guys like me, just still crazy to think about, you know? Do not capture Discord's audio. And let me turn the game audio down to like around like, I want to say like -9, if not -6. Corb train. Corb activities. We are always with those Corb activities. So here's the problem then. There's a problem, and that problem is, wait a second. Where's my HUD? Wait. Oh! Wait, huh? Okay, that's interesting. There's now an option you can just activate in the main menu that turns on a thing called immersive mode that increases your FOV and disables the HUD. That's curious. That's curious. Anyway, I know I said we were going to be checking out SIRCAA, but unfortunately I have an errand to run right now. And that errand is running away from a pseudo-giant that's inside of that container. To be perfectly honest with you, I am really not feeling like fighting this guy. Hey, wait a minute. Something's kind of... Did they change the way the HUD looks? They changed the way the HUD looks. The HUD looks different now. Sounds good, Ziggy. Have a good time. Yeah, the HUD is different now. The artifacts are over here. It's... Also, this fucking pistol that Faust gave me, I need to bring this shit on down to Screw to have it repaired, because this shit has the worst durability I've ever seen in my life. Now it shows your okay, yeah, so we've got a HUD that's a little bit more reminiscent of Call of Pripyat. Very good. But yeah, there's a pseudo-giant over there. I do not have enough hollow point ammo or grenades to deal with him, because these fucking things tank like 3 rocket launcher warheads. I'm really not feeling like it. So I'm thinking I'm just gonna pop a Hercules and just fucking run past, bro. I really am not feeling it. Yeah, like, you don't get any, like, additional quest completion or anything for killing him, so, like, why the fuck would I bother? Yeah, that's cool, dude. I'm good. I'm out of here. I'm really not feeling this. Like, I like how that says it's optional, but, like, you have to let him out to pass through. You know? Like, you don't really have an option. Anyway, time to get absolutely sloshed. I still think the Red Forest is one of the most fucking, like, beautifully rendered parts of Stalker 2. A game full of fantastically rendered locations, but... Like, obviously, for those who remember, like, the veterans, right? The Red Forest primarily was just kind of like a place. And in Shadow of Chernobyl, it was fairly underdeveloped. Have they patched in a photo mode yet? No, trust me, if they do, I'm going to be the first person to know, and you'll be the second person to know by proxy of me, Kelly. But the Red Forest was primarily just kind of like a semi-underdeveloped section in Shadow of Chernobyl. Primarily just kind of like, you know, another like, hey, this was supposed to be a, you know, like a driving level, and we've kind of retooled it a fair bit. And the X-19 dungeon is... It's an okay dungeon, I guess. But I've seen better. The Red Forest in Stalker Clear Sky is a little bit better. The Red Forest in Stalker Clear Sky is just a little bit better. I don't even remember the Red Forest. It was the radar. It was like that big section where... What the fuck? I'm trying to... Gravy? Gravy. Gravy. Thank you? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck, Gravy? Also, hi, Map Note. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? What happened? Bro just said, Sasha's got a hype train, I need to do something about it. Holy shit, Gravy, what the fuck? Jesus, thank you. What? I just, like I didn't even know what to think when I saw that shit. And as soon as I heard fucking Cream kick in, I'm like, huh? Well, all right. Gravy, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Jesus H. Thank you. And we're shockingly close to hitting level 3. But thank you all so much. And it's good to see you as well, Mapno. Gravy, how are you doing? I haven't seen you in a little bit. Get creamed. That is not a thing that you are allowed to say to me. That is not a thing you should ever say in a Twitch chat, Kelly. But I hope you're doing well these days, Gravy, and I hope you're doing well as well, Mapno. I saw you trying to hit me with that fucking monolith call out. It's not gonna happen. I will push you into a fusion reactor. Okay, bro really just came in and dropped like a 5 gift sub, and now he's out of here. That motherfucker had that guy wields terrifying power. Terrifying power. Woo! Goddamn. Back to the Yappage then. But the Red Forest and Shadow of Chernobyl was, I thought it was a decent section because the whole idea was like, okay, do you want to go through the woods where you're like completely beset on all sides by mutants? Or do you want to take the main road where you're beset on all sides by cultists who have rocket launchers and sniper rifles? You just kind of have to like pick the lesser of two evils, and it's pretty well implemented, although obviously the main road route is really fucking annoying because it's just, do you want to like get shot at by SVDs at all times? Yes, you do. Don't tell me you don't, because you're a fucking liar. And in Stalker Clear Sky, obviously the Red Forest was a little bit better expanded upon. It was actually a surprisingly spooky location. Between, you know, like the shit tons of Snorks, the vastly expanded upon anomalies, some of which are actually here. If I remember correctly, the original like mine shafts and everything from Clear Sky are still here. They're, funnily enough, they're actually like once again okay, so if I remember correctly, like, this area here is the old tower that Forrester used to live out of in Stalker Clear Sky. And a little bit close by, around this segment... Jesus Christ! Thank you for gifting a sub to Mapno, Tiana. Fuck. Thank you. Hey, y'all gotta, like, it's tough times out there, so y'all gotta make sure you can, you know, like, you got your bills paid, alright? Just making sure I'm looking out for y'all, alright? Like, I appreciate it, but just make sure you're taking care of yourselves. The forest route and radar kind of sucks. You end up on the road eventually anyway. It saves you from fighting like 5 or 6 monoliths. Oh. Oh. Thank you so much for the gift sub to Clifftarn, and we hit level 3. Oh. Okay. Thank you. Making sure your bills are paid too. Thank you so much. Holy shit. I don't think I've hit a level 3 hype train since, like, my comeback in 2024 or my re-debut in 2023. So, goddamn. That's really special. Thank you, guys. It's really nice. Fuck. I don't think I've gotten this far in a very long time. But thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Pripyat City Hate Crew for life. And without y'all, I don't think I'd... Is that Skinny Pete? I'm watching this until it ends. It's actually level 4. Well, no, we're not at level 4 yet. Wait, are we? Okay, no, we're at level 4, but we haven't completed... We completed level 3, but we're at level... Okay. Alright. But thank you all so much from the bottom of my heart, because without y'all, I don't think I'd be doing a lot of what I'm doing today. I definitely have a much less interesting life path. And I don't think I'd have been creating so many interesting things that I'm proud of these days, so thank you. One day we'll get you to level 80. 80! But, yeah, the forest path in the Shadow... Fucking Tushkano. Hold on a second. If I never see another Tishkano again, it'll be too fucking soon. So, the forest path in Shadow of Chernobyl, not terribly fun. But in Clear Sky, between, like, the mine shafts, and the... Is that a squirrel? Between the mine shafts and the, like, really interesting anomalies and a lot of everything else going on, that really cool bridge section, the underground part that Strelic blew up, the Red Forest in Stalker Clear Sky was much, much better expanded upon. And obviously much of the map here in Stalker 2 cribs heavily from that. Because you've got this section here that is very obviously taken from that one part in Stalker Clear Sky, where in Clear Sky it was, of course, in this big forest clearing you had to go through a mine shaft to get to. Now it's like across the water. You got this bridge I'm going to be crossing that has an interesting little thing that I'll be pointing out. And then over here, you've got Forester's Tower from Clear Sky. This section in Stalker Anomaly is a fucking nightmare because every time you load this map, a whole ass Monolith squad spawns like right here, and it's the fucking worst. So, obviously, much of this section has been cribbed a fair bit, but then of course you also, I guess one of these areas would have been the bridge that leads to Limansk, but Limansk isn't in this game, to my knowledge. Because if memory serves, I believe Limansk was canonically like a location, like a city that was built to house the group's researchers. I think. I can't remember. I don't know why you would do that. But half of the things that the group did in the Stalker canon are things where I just don't know why a person would do that. So you've got the old mine shafts from Stalker Clear Sky that in Anomaly I think house the Sin faction. This over here is a graveyard. It seems to be haunted by poltergeists. Don't ask about this giant censored lake. Don't ask about it. Just don't. Forester's Tower. This is like the big old like forest and park section. The actual woods of the Red Forest and Clear Sky are fucking terrifying to go through at night, by the way. I can't remember. I think this is some kind of psi anomaly. But then, weirdly enough, up here, you've got, like, the giant quarry dredge from Call of Pripyat's Jupiter location. It's just kind of here now. There's some really good goodies on top of it, but after everything that I just had to go through, I'm not terribly keen on having to do that right now. So I'll come back later. And then, of course, right beneath it, you've got Yantar. So you've got, like, weird sections of Yaniv, and then Yantar down here, and then the Red Forest, and they all just kind of come together in this very weird kind of amalgamation of locales. And this train tunnel here, I don't know where the fuck that leads, because it doesn't come out here. Then you got, you know, of course, X19 is here. I've never actually been to the X19 location here. I can't remember what this locale is called, but I've been here for a couple of different major story missions. I think, does one of these have that one that you have to do for the ward? Yeah, it's right here. This is a little bit later after SIRCAA. This is... Is that not... No, because you'll have to forgive me. I'm doing the thing where I just, like, hyperfixate on the map and just, like, yap the fuck out. The second day of this game being out, I spent my day off just playing it in Call with Nix, and I started slipping into my Slavic accent while I was playing, and just trying to figure out what was going on with the map. I was like, okay, so over here you have what looks to be, what the fuck is going on up here? And then you've got down here, what is this? And that was obviously before I actually learned what SIRCAA was, or any of that, because, like, at the very beginning of the game, even as far back as the lesser zone, you don't get to know a whole lot of things. Conductor, the badge is mine. My precious... Okay, now bye. Thank you so much, Gravy. Everybody, please go check out our good friend Gravy the Turkey. I wish to have him on stream again sometime soon. Apparently, Lurmansk is the residential section that was actually called Chernobyl 2. Interesting. So, you'll have to forgive me because I'm just nerding out about the map again. And then here you got Lab X19. I haven't actually tried to go here at all. I have no clue what the fuck could be in it. It could literally be anything. I've heard from Kelly and a few other people there's not much to be found there. This is peculiar. Attached to an old Soviet military base. See, this locale is peculiar, because there was one locale I noticed was not carried over from Call of Pripyat. Obviously, they couldn't bring everything. That much is clear. And look, of course, you've still got the old forest path through the radar, and then, like, you know, leading up to the good old X-19. Kelly, was one of X-19's towers always collapsed onto that building? I swear to God it wasn't. But I'm getting ahead of myself. So there are a few locales that couldn't carry over from Call of Pripyat. Notably, that old UAV that took me a decade to find. I know I talk about that a lot, but I'm never going to stop talking about it. I can't believe that fucking thing took me 10 years to find. Hey, look, it's the old bunker that Herman and Ozerski used to live out of. Funny little find. If the old ventilation complex isn't here, then that most likely means that the Oasis cannot be found again. What an insane little thing. Also, this is very obviously the Chernobyl NPP. I recognize what it looks like from satellites. Ocean, I was in a call with Ocean actually recently, when I was just nerding the fuck out about Stalker and talking about how a lot of these locations are actually just straight up one-to-one built on, like, real places you can go to. But, so the old UAV isn't here. The other thing I noticed isn't here. Okay, so we got X-16 here, and there's the old lab that Sakharov used to live out of. So the UAV isn't here. Because generally speaking, if we're going by, like, this being kind of this kind of being Yanov, and this also being Yanov, it would have been somewhere around here. Somewhere the old UAV would have been here. But also, I know that the Jupiter complex is not here. The old Jupiter factory complex is seemingly nowhere to be found. Because if this was Jupiter, right, if we've got, like, this, and all of this here, the Jupiter factory would have to be somewhere over here. And yet, here it's not. Because, the drone was next to that zombie village. Yeah, and that zombie village, wasn't Izumrudnoye. Because Izumrudnoye it was Kopachi. It was Kopachi village. And Kopachi is, like, right here. So everything else from Yanov is, like, all the way over here, but Kopachi and the cement factory are all the way over here. Although Zulu's tower is still by Yanov, if memory serves, right? Right? Because his tower would be... His tower is right here. That's Zulu's tower. So the UAV drone, you'd think the OG Stalker game's actual map of the area is completely whack. Well, yeah, because it was gamified. Here, it's, like, obviously very different, but... Poisonous Hole. Yeah, I can think of a few of those. But... So, if the cement factory is basically just, like, an entire section of Yanov chopped off, then maybe the UAV would have been over here, but that still doesn't change the fact that the original Jupiter complex appears to be nowhere to be seen. Some locales... Hey, excuse me, I'm trying to nerd out about the fucking map here. Oh. Well, that's a hell of a time for my shit to jam. I forgot. You are still in the game when you look at that. Ocean says learned lore TM. There's a lot to Stalker. My own lore isn't surprisingly that, like, deep compared to what's already in Stalker. And it's why I have a lot of... Oh, that was weird. It's why I have a lot of fun adding my own sort of contributions to the world of Stalker. Because the lore of Stalker is already fairly big. So yeah, because I'm still kind of bogged down right now, and I'm currently on a time limit until the fucking Hercules wears off, which is why I probably shouldn't be looking at the map right now. I'm not going to go to that dredger. But... So, you've got Kopachi, the cement factory, and a couple of other locales basically chopped off of the original Yanov location, and they're over there. So the UAV isn't here, the Jupiter plant isn't here, but also the original army warehouses from the first game are wholesale here because you've got them right here. This is the old Freedom Base, and there's the Bloodsucker Village. But obviously, the barrier, as they used to call it, that originally led right into Pripyat, or at least led right into X19, this road would have to bring you directly to this location, and except it doesn't. But I don't know what this locale is supposed to be, because it almost looks a little bit like the Jupiter complex, but this isn't the concrete bath anomaly. Only the veterans remember the concrete bath, and none of these appear to look anything like it. I do find it very interesting that obviously the garbage appears to be both extended and chopped down a little bit, as the Dark Valley and the garbage appear to have been wholesale combined together, but the actual garbage functionality of the garbage is greatly downsized, because now they just simply port the entire actual vehicle graveyard upon which the garbage was based into the game, as both Anomaly and this game's depictions of the vehicle graveyard are based upon the real satellite imagery of the real graveyard. And now it's a little bit different. But, so we just have that there. So the actual garbage was supposed to be the vehicle graveyard back in Shadow of Chernobyl and Clear Sky, and now it's quite different. Oh! Hey! I still find that to be one of the most interesting little parts of this game. It's just, like, you could just be walking and you hear that. And I crashed my car into the bridge. I don't care. I love it. Borko Slock. This guy's name is Borko Slock. Unfortunately, the vehicle that must have crashed decades ago doesn't really house anything of value. Uh-oh. Isn't Porco the name of that channel that uploads Sopranos clips to YouTube? I am about to go broke on repair costs for all of my fucking gats right now. You know what I appreciate the fuck out of? The fact that if you happen to interrupt the reloading animation, your character just actually has to, like, chamber around, and you don't actually have to replay the entire thing. Very, very much appreciated. So, I'm gonna be heading back to the bar and turning in this quest, because I was only really out there on a basic quest of, like, hey, Barkeep wants me to go look at some fucking bandits, so, find some missing freedomers, deal with some bandits, and run on back. And now I'm about to go do that. I mean, the Hercules wore off, but the Hercules drug was only really just to get me past the pseudo-giant without getting my shit rocked. So now we're just kind of taking it easy. But I am going to have to pay a fuck ton of money. I'm also going to decide whatever I'm going to be bringing with me to SIRCAA. And SIRCAA's a fairly long section. Because obviously, like, it's basically split up into 2/3, where you've got the first third, which is, like, basically, like, no combat at all. The second third, oh, I don't want to do that. The second third is, like, going down through, like, some of the underground sections, and then I'm cooked. Huh, I am no longer cooked. And the third section is, like, all-out fighting all the time. So, I'm going to probably be at SIRCAA, and then dealing with the repercussions of the aftermath of SIRCAA, presumably for all of tonight. So I'm going to need something that can last. Now, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'm finding myself relatively partial to this Ukrainian remake of the TAR-21, which in this game I believe is called the Fort 221. It's a very, very nice weapon. It's a bullpup rifle chambered in 545. I already have a stendo clip on it, and a collimator, as well as multiple long-range scopes, and a muzzle brake, a laser sight, and a foregrip. She's pretty nicely decked out. She could stand to have a little bit better durability. This I'm probably not even going to bring with me, funnily enough, because Here's the funny thing. When you get to SIRCAA, you are given another variant of the USP. This one, funnily enough, actually takes 9x19, even though this, what I'm holding right now, being the USP match, doesn't. It also takes 45 ACP. So, as soon as you go to SIRCAA, as soon as you're done with all of the, like, absolute non-combat sections at the very start of the section, you are then given for free a 9x19 chambered variant of the USP. So I'm not going to bother bringing any 45 ACP or this pistol that that fucking Faust gave me, because I'm not going to need it. I'm just going to use whatever the fuck they give me in SIRCAA. So that should save me some weight, and good thing too, because this pistol that Faust gave me has probably some of the worst fucking durability in the world. I swear to God, I've seen high points that last longer than this. So I'm going to be switching things up a little bit when I get there. Forester's Tower actually is probably a good place to go just to offload some of my shit. I wonder if there's an item box in here. So we got a trader, but we don't have an item box. Let me see. Yeah. It's called Pile Driver now, huh? So he's a nice merchant, but we don't have an item box to store our shit in. So at most I can only really either buy or sell some things. And what a lot of things I can buy. Because he's got a silencer for the Vector, which I want. He's got a silencer for the Fort 221 and a scope that I want. So I'm actually going to buy all three of these. How much is that going to cost me? That's going to cost me almost everything that I own. Great. And he also sells another... he sells a lot of decent endgame weapons, because we've got the OTS-14 Groza. Only the real ones remember the version of the Groza you can buy that's chambered in 545 at the very start of Shadow of Chernobyl, and I forget, but doing a very innocuous, like, early game quest thing causes him to never sell it again. Then he got this, which is based on the IMI Carmel. Don't buy it. Fuck Israeli weapons. And this is the Dnipro, which is based upon a real Ukrainian bullpup rifle developed during the war with Russia, or during Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Which, as Angel is quick to tell me, is called the Malyuk, which apparently translates roughly to baby. They designed a rifle and they called it their baby. If that isn't Ukrainian, or at least heavily Slavic, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to be buying the baby. It sucks because the Carmel is the best stock, non-unique assault rifle in the game. Yeah, I will staunchly refuse to use it. I will staunchly refuse to use it, and I don't give a fuck. I could probably sell some things to get by. Oh, okay. So now we don't have, like... Now... How is Baby forged? How bullet get chamber? What a fucking throwback. I haven't seen a How is Babby formed reference in years. So I notice now the artifact stats are no longer just innocuous weak, medium, maximum, or strong. It is like, you actually see like numbers, which is nice. I know I'm not terribly interested in, like, getting some of these. The meat chunk... I'll sell some mutant parts and maybe some of my vodka. But all in all, I'm not terribly interested in selling a lot of things. My sense of humor peaked in 2005. I will raise my glass to that, my homie. I will raise my glass. Well, I guess I'd better hope that completing this quest and maybe selling a few of my artifacts might be enough to get me back in the green again. I mean, I'm glad I bought some of those attachments. They're very useful, but I'm going to have to be doing a lot of stash scavenging after this to be able to come back from this. I guess I could have followed this road up and out of here to get back to the bar, but... I think it's better if I just fucking, you know, take the badass way and go straight to the woods. This can't possibly end poorly. Had to unlearn all the edgy stuff. Yeah, raising my glass with you. You think Forrester died of old age? I believe Forrester and Doc are probably both dead. I don't think Doc is still alive, is he? Those mines over there are a quest line I don't want to do right now. You hold baby like pistol. You see, Ivan, when hold baby like me. Okay. There's the old Volkov complex from Call of Pripyat. Which, if I remember correctly, was that in... I think the Volkov complex was in Zatan, wasn't it? Was it in Zatan or... No, the Volkov complex was in Yennev. That was in the Jupiter map. Yeah, it was in Jupiter. I'm thinking of that one complex that all the bloodsuckers were in. Now, is that the bar? That is not the bar. I'm looking at... Alright, also all of Agroprom is right here. Like, right here, it's all just Agroprom. I remember seeing that the Agroprom Underground is in this game. It's rendered, and there are actually item boxes down there, but I couldn't find a way to get in that didn't result in me dying. I wonder if it's finally been made available. Some people theorized it was being cut off and saved for DLC. I do notice that basically a lot of the, old school, like... These are, like, you know, the ones you could go to in, like, the classic game. Like, the classic games kind of underground locales are all kind of, like, completely, like, inaccessible now. So, like, X16, X19, the Agroprom Underground, not really accessible in this game. But I have noticed they've obviously kind of made up for it by including so many, like, way, way newer and way more interesting laboratories. To the point where just kind of, like... adding back in the classic Stalker underground locales that were all fairly underdeveloped and just kind of always seem to have like the same furnishings to them. Putting those back in doesn't really hold a candle to the places you get to go now and the things you get to see in them. God, I love Stalker. Did you guys know I love Stalker? I don't think you understand how much I fucking love Stalker. I just realized I missed a Spyro dose today. Oh, well. Holy shit. Dude, look. I found Ocean's partner. Look. It's SIRCAA. It's SIRCAA VTube. Laugh at the joke. Tiana, can we get a shout out for Stroke, please? Shout out this Corb immediately. You love Stalker, did not notice at all. Couldn't possibly have noticed this is a game I've been playing for over half my lifespan and have never ever gotten sick of. The first of hopefully many shoutouts tonight being delivered to our good friend Soroka V2, recent inductee into the Pripyat City Hate Crew along with her partner Ocean. Both of them extremely talented and very cozy people to be around. Good for the culture. Love these homies. They kind of stink, though. Didn't hear that from me. In love with Stalker. So, here's the thing. NVMe drive and all changes to drivers notwithstanding, this is still a game on the UE5 engine, and I am still streaming a game in 1080p 60 FPS with a live 2D model, which means, unfortunately, the bar is still kind of going to run like ass. Oh, thank you, Kelly. Screw, I need your fucking services immediately. Oh, wow, if you actually switch... I like that if you switch out the magazine attachment, you actually get to see your character do that. That's very much appreciated. Alright. Let me put these in my inventory. I'm also immediately going to go up to Barkeep and say, pay me, you motherfucker. Pay me. Immediately. How are you doing tonight, Soroka? So, y'all are gonna have to remind me to leave this fucking pistol at home. I've also gotten almost all of the anomalous area items thus far. The next ones I think are in the burnt forest, and then there's two. There's one in Yaniv and one in the cement factory. I can't remember. Anyway, I have almost everything I need. I'm going to unload all these weapons. I did get a silencer for the Vector. I'm not gonna go bother finding that extended mag for the Vector until I can find, like, an actual Vector. Like a regular stock Vector. Because this thing has a foregrip and an integrated silencer. I'm going to leave the Ryman as it is. Thank you for appreciating us. Dog, like, that's what I'm here for, is appreciating the homies. That Nerd and Rustock has one. That Nerd and Rustock doesn't narrow it down a whole lot, my homie. But I'm not really looking to buy one. But I guess I could sell some of this shit. Let me compare these. The Zircon suit is much better physical protection. The guy who sells NATO weapons. Yeah, but like that's like buying one, and I'm not really trying to buy one, you know. I'm gonna wait until I find one. Now I got a scope mount on that AS Val, and for some reason I couldn't find any scopes aside from the fucking thing that I could put on it. Okay. So the only scope you can actually feasibly put on this thing is that I do have the clusterfuck, but the combat situations in SIRCAA do not really feel like a good justification for the clusterfuck. So for those who don't know, I have the Collector's Edition of this game, and the Collector's Edition gives you a decent amount of weaponry. However, you don't just have them. They are stashed in various stashes around the game world that, like, are surprisingly well scaled with the actual game progression. This I had to go find, I think, in the Red Forest, or no, it was here just a little bit north of Rostock. But she's a Chris Vector that is chambered in 9x19. She has an integrated silencer, a foregrip. She's actually surprisingly capable in combat. But with the 20-round magazine, she's a little bit hamstringed. And I know where a Vector stendo clip is, but I'd rather wait until I can find one that doesn't have an integrated silencer. So I guess this begs the question of, Sascha, why did you buy a silencer for the Vector when you had one with an integrated suppressor? And the answer is, I didn't think that through. Also, I can't put this silencer on... I guess I can. Well, it's for the MP5. We also have a drum mag for the AR-15. I might bring the AR-15, but considering how many Wardens I'm gonna be having to fight, I feel like I really might as well just keep using the fucking Fort 221. Like, I haven't really found a weapon that feels like it sufficiently dethrones it in usefulness. So like, why not just keep fucking using it? Once again, remind me to drop this fucking pistol, the Deadeye, back in my stash as soon as I've repaired it, because I don't need it. I'm gonna sell some of these. I might, Amanda, but I'd rather find these things on my own. Thank you. I want to just, like, I want to be able to find stuff on my own, because that's, like, kind of, like, the main fun of Stalker for me, is, like, getting to, like, discover shit. I appreciate you want to help, but, I'm good. Why am I still carrying the Ryman? Okay, so... sell some of my shit. Repair all of my shit. I think... Hey, what's up? How much did you pay me? Wait. That's all you gave me? Yeah, no, I think more games should do that. I really like that Stalker does that for the collector's edition. Like, you don't... I was kind of worried about that. Like, oh, do I just, like, get, like, a fucking, you know, like, special variants of the Shoddy and the 416 and the Vector and everything else? No, you don't. The stash locations are... The stash locations don't actually become available until you've completed the prologue of the game. Once you complete it, all the stash locations are then unlocked. However, you do have to go get them. So, you can't even get out of the Lesser Zone until you've completed this entire segment in the storyline. Then you can go wherever you want. If you wanted to, you feasibly could go to the Journalist stash all the way in the fucking Burnt Forest and get your shit, you know, burnt off. I do know there's, like, one stash in, Duga I haven't been to. In fact, I think the Duga stash is the only stash I haven't found yet. Yeah, Duga and Burnt Forest are the only ones I haven't found. But yeah, your pre-order bonus, VSS Vintores and special armor, and also all of your collector's edition bonuses, like your special variants of existing guns. Like, I also like that they feel suitably scaled. Like, this armor I'm wearing right now is actually technically a collector's edition bonus. It is a special Noontide variant of the Siva suit, and I found that in the Clear Sky base. There's a really, really fucking good, like, special Siva suit in the Burnt Forest. Not going for it. But, like, early on, all of the special, like, stuff you get out of, like, collector's edition stashes are pretty simple. Like, I think the first thing you find is, like, a Pistolet Makarova that just has, like, monolith camo on it. And actually, if I remember correctly, statistically, it is in fact worse than the starting pistol. Which I find to be very funny. Then you can find a pump shotty and an HK416, both with the monolith camo, but other than that, their stats are exactly the same. But then as you start to get further on in the game, you find, like, unique suits, and then, of course, you've got the Ryman, which is a fucking really cool-looking Vector. There's one more gun in the Duga stash I haven't gotten to yet. I'll get there eventually. So, with SIRCAA, it's going to be a pretty decent, it's going to be a rather decent, combination of... Let me check the stats on this thing. Okay, no, this Freedom 20 is literally better in every single possible way. So I found this thing in Zatan, but I can't use it right now because I'm actually going to be using this Siva suit. It just feels a little bit better. So, Barkeep didn't even actually pay us for what we did. He just gave us a fucking helmet, so... Thanks for nothing, asshole. Skiff's pistol is unique, upgrade that ups the damage. Yeah, so, like... And on top of that, Skiff's pistol is a weapon you literally cannot ever drop. Like, it is in your inventory for the entire game. Like, I've been using Skiff's pistol for so long now that I'm actually starting to run out of 9x18. Which I find to be very, very funny. Pay me, you fucking deadbeat. This is not going to be enough. This is not going to be enough to sustain me. I might have to just, like, fucking, like, fire sale my artifacts. Because I cannot afford this. Never mind, I can afford... Can't afford. Hey, Dwap, you're posting from your new apartment? I hope so. They added a mechanic where if you slam energy drinks for stamina, you get heart palpitations and shaky hands. That's funny as shit. That's funny as shit. I fuck with that. Okay. So if I want to repair my suit, it's going to take a little bit more. Okay. Okay, sell you. Obviously sell you. Sell a decent amount of my grenades as well. Just fit false with Comcast. Oh no, dog! You had to do the Comcast shuffle. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, at least it's over now, right? Pay me. Yo, can I get ones in chat for fuck Comcast, please? Can I get ones in chat for fuck ISPs in general, actually? Can we do that? There we go. Let me contribute to the banter. There we go. Okay. So, I'm gonna drop the Deadeye. I am, however, going to keep the magazine for it. I'm going to keep the magazine for it because I'm pretty sure even the variant that I get in SIRCAA, I can still use it. However, the pistol silencer I probably can't use with it. I'm not going to take an ACOG scope because much of SIRCAA is going to be mostly close quarters. So the fucking Elcan Spectre is probably the best I'll go for. Usual food and everything else layout. Considering I'm going to be dealing with physical and anomalous threats in equal measure, I'm probably going to stick with the suit. Like I said, no pistol, because I'm just going to use the pistol they give you for free when you get to SIRCAA. Nationalize internet service providers. Abso-fucking-lutely. Ammo for my baby. Oh, my darling. People always get weirded out whenever I start sweet-talking my guns. I think they should get used to it, personally. Not going to be doing any stealth in SIRCAA, so no need for the suppressor. Definitely going to be making use of these expansive rounds in a later point of the mission, I'll tell you that much. Considering I'm going to be around a lot of wardens, I'll probably not need that many. Oh, right, pistol ammo. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Alright, that should be everything I need. Hopefully I can actually, if I end up in CQC, I just rip the scope off. Yeah, but then I get to do this. Alright, how much is a guide gonna cost me to do this, by the way? Let's see. Wait, why did I put a stash location here? Oh, right, there was like a weird cement truck I found with an icon spray painted on the front bumper, and I couldn't identify what it was. Just marked it up as like a location of interest. Sultansk, and then we just run north. What time is it? It's 3 a.m. Yeah, I definitely can't... Although if I leave now, I can probably get to SIRCAA at dawn. Alright, let's leave now and get to SIRCAA at dawn, then. Although, getting there without a pistol is kind of gonna blow ass, but, like, what are you gonna do, you know? We do have canted aiming now. I do appreciate that it's possible with just like the basic lasers that your weapons already have. In fact, if memory serves, the laser that you can use for canted aiming is actually cheaper than the full-on tactical laser. I don't know if there's even any immediate visual difference. I do also like that you can take off attachments that you purchase for your weapon. Like, they're specified as like an entirely different attachment slot, which helps. Oh wait, you know what I should do? There we go. If I'm going to be out here, I'm going to do it like this, you know. But like actual like attachment upgrades for weapons can still be taken off, not to be confused with like these types of attachments. So like the lasers technically have to be bought at like upgrading workshops, unlike the usual like sights and scopes and everything else. Same with foregrips, but like you can still take them off, but they kind of work on Payday 2 rules, so like you still have to pay again to put them back on. It's terribly weird. You know, realizing I missed a Spyro dose makes a lot of sense. No wonder I felt fucking weird and off balance all day. I had, like, more testosterone in my body. So, if I remember correctly, getting to SIRCAA is actually a fair nuisance, because got a pretty big swamp to get around. Like, I guess I could go to this hydrodynamics lab. I could cut through the wandering lights and go right to the hydrodynamics lab. And from there, I could just take the road. Fuck it. Getting to SIRCAA is a big nuisance. I gotta travel far. Yeah, SIRCAA was telling me. SIRCAA was telling me. Well, here's hoping you two are able to unite at some point very soon. Here's hoping you two can, crash into each other's atmosphere, as the, Enter Shikari song goes. Looking forward to showing you both constant companions tomorrow night. Did SIRCAA tell you about his—
Sascha, look out.
Oh shit!
Ambush.
Oh shit! Let me get ungeared up. Hi everybody, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Toaster Catball, pretty please?
Bloodhound, you've been spotted.
Thank you, Forocan. I appreciate the follow. Yeah, let me get a— can somebody give me a shout out for Toaster Catball? Thank you so much. How are all of you doing tonight? Welcome on in. I'm Too Much Sascha, the Chernobyl battle maid. I cook, I clean, I kill, and I also have to do work for the UN against my own will. When I'm not doing any of those things, I'm on Twitch playing spooky shooty games, and I play Stalker every Tuesday. Today is one such Tuesday. How are you all doing? How did it go? If you got a raid and run, no worries, but I'd love to hear what you were up to. Thank you for trusting your community with me. I promise they're in good hands, and those of us who are in my chat and aren't already following Kate, please go give her a follow, because she was absolutely one of the most important parts of why SCP-5K this Sunday was bearable. Because holy shit, that stream was like— because like we recently did a stream. First off, she fucking came back to Twitch today, which is great. Hey, you know what's funny is actually we got the same thing today, Kate. We both got level 4 hype trains. Shake my fucking hand, girl. She's not just a Catgirl sniper. Her character is actually a Catgirl android sniper. Very cool. That being said, she was on stream with us for SCP-5K on Sunday, for those of us who didn't watch, and I described that stream to my good friend Audrey as putting us all in a room together and dosing us with PCP would have actually had less bloodshed and less insanity going on than what happened on that stream. That stream was like the gas leak to end all gas leaks, and she was very fun to have on it. So any of y'all who have not already followed her, please go give her a follow. She's a very good friend of ours, a very good writer as well, and also a very good like person to give input on writing. you've been playing as Satisfactory, and I'm very happy your comeback to streaming has been going very well, my good friend. The game itself suffered from a gas leak. I think the fact that all of us had completely insane fucking technical difficulties the entire goddamn time is absurd to me. All of us. And also a game dev. She's been, if any of you are not already in our Discord server, you go check it out. She happens to post a lot of what she's working on in our server. But yes, that the fact that all of us seem to have insane little technical difficulty problems, from like full-on game crashes to full-on GPU driver crashes to audio difficulty, and everything in between, that game was absurd. Yeah, it is my favorite one in the game. That game was fucking bonkers. But thank you for coming on in, Kate, and thank you for bringing your people with you. I'm gonna get back to Stalker 2 now. We're on the way to SIRCAA, so if anybody in chat who just rated in is interested in playing Stalker 2 but hasn't played it, be wary of spoilers, because we're entering real spoiler territory. In fact, there is a like very heavy and terrifyingly existential thing that happens very soon during tonight's events that has long-reaching implications in the story, and you get to see a lot of people that you've gotten to know and really like over the course of the first act of the story either die or enter a state where dying would be preferable. So it's going to get kind of heavy and spoiler heavy, so just, you know, letting you guys know. With that, I'm gonna get back into it. I haven't even beaten the game. Oh, right, I gotta gear back up. Hold up. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna cut through the Wandering Lights. Oh, I don't think... Some of y'all in chat might not have... I was actually showing off the Wandering Lights to Ocean and SIRCAA. I love the Wandering Lights, but it looks like it's close enough to daytime where thankfully... Ah! It looks like it's close enough to daytime where we actually don't have to worry about the Wandering Lights. Which is good. Yeah, I agree with you, Emmy. This game really was like the Stalker sequel we absolutely deserved and many of us were hoping for. I know a lot of people who've never played Stalker didn't like it because they suck ass, but Stalker 2 literally was like everything I could have hoped for in a Stalker sequel. The Wandering Lights. During the daytime, it's kind of just like a weird little like valley where you hear voices and see things that aren't real. I was gushing about this to Ocean and SIRCAA, but I really like how the psi anomalies in this game feel like... Generally, they just feel really cursed. Like places you just don't want to be in. They don't always have to be damaging and hostile, but they do feel wrong to be in. Between, like, the Wandering Lights, where during the night, the vision effect is so disorienting that it feels like it's teleporting you when it isn't. And the little ghosts that appear to kind of, like, follow you everywhere. Then you got the Scar that is, like, very actively dangerous. That one fucking, like, massive, like, overturned stones that just... creates fake artifacts to fuck with you. And then of course, one of my personal favorite anomalies in the entire game, that being the cage, which I was also showing to Ocean and SIRCAA, which is basically just an unfinished construction site for some type of skyscraper. And it's a fairly simplistic platforming puzzle. But the psionic effect actually causes you, like, really fucks with your depth perception. So it just feels really weirdly haunted and unsafe and scary. And what would be a very basic kind of, like, fun little, like, platforming puzzle side task of, like, oh, go to the cage and get to the top and get your special energy drink. Sure. Instead, actually becomes really, really harrowing, because really basic and easy jumps to map out become almost impossible to truly gauge because the way the psi effect fucks with your depth perception. And all this entire time, you're constantly hearing this really fucking creepy fucking noise of the psi anomaly. See, Tiana, you say that, but funnily enough, I think I got hit with like an insane fucking comment when I told SIRCAA and Ocean that I really liked the cage anomaly. I dare not repeat it here. But I had to be like, okay, now hold on a second. I don't know about this one. Also, Angle, let me go back to read this chat message. Do you think Qurbs are dishwasher? Nope, they're not. They're not. Missy says no, but she's untrustworthy. Missy and SIRCAA must not be trusted on the topic of Qurbs. Completely fucking insane thing to say. Thank you, Sascha. What is Angel trying to wash you? You've fallen for Quirb propaganda? I mean, if you want, you should probably just put Missy in the bird tube or something, I guess, you know? What has aggroed me? What time of the day is it? Oh, it's almost 8. I really just turned around and fucking put bro down. As an ornithologist, you should always hand wash your Qurbs. Yeah. Excuse me. Welcome to the Too Much Sascha stream, everybody. Your one-stop shop for dog-on-dog violence. What's that one Isbroki line? I don't give a fuck, you from my city, you are not my kin. You know what is also interesting to me? The high cap Carrot and Fort 221 magazine for this thing already has a built-in, like, quick reload function. Because your character, like, just flops them like that. So here we are in SIRCAA. Ocean, we've made it to your partner. Look at SIRCAA. I retweeted some very nice art of SIRCAA today.
Назад. Це закритий стратегічний об'єкт. Стороннім вхід заборонений.
У мене домовленість з професором Даліна. Я приніс сканер.
Значить, ти скіф. Проходь до внутрішнього КПП. Там розкажуть, куди далі.
SIRCAA's visually striking and also ran like garbage. Yeah, this I'm aware of. Also, I don't think I'm not gonna pick up on these Stalker 2. I know what these are. I've seen them at the Volkov complex.
Усі загони сюди стягнули.
Я не більше за тебе знаю. Самі отримали наказ без пояснень. З території одразу сюди.
Та те саме. Ми до боліт їхали, а нас сюди розвернули.
So it looks like a bunch of guys got like diverted and restationed here. I think SIRCAA is a thing that me and Nyx are both very heavily split on. Nyx finds Dr. Dalin to be at worst kind of like a charming dork, who's a little bit too reverent of his father and wants to fix what his father did. I find SIRCAA to be deeply unsettling. As a person who's been playing Stalker for this long, and has always considered the zone to be a, like, heavily naturalistic, like, the perfect example of, like, the wilderness that is present in all of man. The zone is, like, this perfect amalgamation of the wilderness and the inherent insanity that all of man creates. The zone was born of our best efforts to completely breed conflict out of mankind, and instead we created the most conflicted and deeply destructive thing in human history that, through our own human perseverance, managed to find ways to preserve, improve, and further end human life to frighteningly higher degrees of efficiency from it. The zone speaks volumes of the nature of man, our past, our present, and our future. The zone, despite being a place that was built on ruins of mankind and then ended up becoming more ruins, and all attempts to humanize and populate it have always horrifically failed, from the group's research to even things like Operation Fairway. Despite being naturalistic and wild, the zone is impossibly human. The zone represents the most forward-thinking and the most barbaric parts of mankind. SIRCAA does not. SIRCAA spits in the face of these things. SIRCAA, if you look at everything in the zone, from the classic old villages of yore, from the old villages where, you know, the farmlands, where the people in the surrounding countryside around Pripyat, or even the factory buildings that still predate the zone itself, or even the group. And then you look at the classic old city of Pripyat. I can recognize so many of these buildings still. Over here you've got the kindergarten, I think. I think that's the kindergarten. Or at least some of these are old elementary schools, kindergartens, etc. That's a lot of scientific bunkers, all in a row. The classic Soviet architecture that absolutely litters the zone. Even in this location. See, Stalker thinks I don't know what that is. I know what that is. You may have cut this out of Shadow of Chernobyl, but I know what this is. Some of y'all in chat aren't supposed to know what that is. You'll know what that is someday. But I know what that is. You don't, though. So, SIRCAA is human hubris and folly given form. Exactly. The zone, through all of its classic Soviet architecture, its complete excess of military might and power, once used for quite possibly its last ever heroic usage in the history of the Soviet Union, all laying completely disused and abandoned, and far too toxic and dangerous for a living human being to ever attempt to use again. The zone, from its most civilian architecture, of its location of its city of Pripyat, built entirely to house engineers and their families from the Chernobyl plant, to even the group's architecture and structures that they built entirely to control and change the course of mankind. Because entirely, my reading of Stalker's lore is that Stalker is about what happens when you try to change what you're not supposed to. Not just the world, but your life and your fate. The group tried to change the fate of all mankind by breeding conflict and war out of the human consciousness, and instead they created the biggest conflict that human history has ever seen. Thank you for the canteen sip. Meanwhile, SIRCAA, or even going further back, Strelic attempted to change his own fate. The group attempted to change their fate by having Strelic killed, and instead they basically mounted such an insane effort to kill a single guy that they resulted in that one guy getting brainwashed to kill himself, and because he was an amnesiac, he didn't even know who he was. And on his quest for truth, he ended up finding his way all the way back to the fucking, the original people who orchestrated everything, and he killed them all.
Eyes on you, Bloodhound.
Thank you for the
Watch
follow,
it.
Bitty Foxo, and thank you for the quick save redeem. Give me a sec, actually. Let me do that real quick. Okay, cool. Let me finish this, let me finish this diatribe. So, the point I'm getting to. The zone is impossibly human and impossibly naturalistic. All of its efforts to breed a more peaceful and a more advanced future have resulted in such a reversion to our most absolutely barbaric roots that there is something about the zone that you cannot possibly recreate or change. It's fascinating. And much of Stalker's lore, and ultimately a theme and concept that I seek to replicate and keep alive in my own VTuber lore that is kind of just within the world of Stalker, is that attempting to play God and change things you should not change, or control things you should not control, are always going to have a disastrous consequence. Whether it's the group trying to alter the fate of mankind, Strelick trying to alter his own, you've got, like, the military trying to alter the fate of the zone itself. And then here, you've got SIRCAA. The consistent thing going on, and even the wish granter. Hey, you know, here's this cool thing where if you go to it, you can make any wish and completely change your fate forever. Psych, it's a monkey's paw. Get fucked. Stalker is about how playing God is one of the worst mistakes you can make. And I think they consistently keep that in line here. So when I talk about how the zone is so human that it represents our most, like, base quantity of our attempts to create a brighter and more advanced future, sending us all the way back to our basic bandit instincts. And then you look at this shit. What the fuck is this? This fucking absolute eyesore on everything. When I first opened this game up, right, and I was looking at all the cool locations, and I spent hours and hours and hours reverting into a Slavic accent, just, like, yapping to Nyx about my speculations about what all of these locales were, finding each different unique little place and going, I remember this from the classic game and I can't wait to see it in person. And then seeing this. What? SIRCAA is this game's version of the group. Dalin wants to fix what the group did. He wants to reverse their mistake. He wants to do what they did correctly. Or do what they wanted to do correctly. Here's the problem. For all of their efforts to change the course of mankind, the group were humans. Dalin, too, and his whole organization themselves are humans. They think that they won't make the same mistake. We'll see how that goes. Whenever I think of the phrase, like, because here's the thing, right? I've talked about this on stream before. I am, what's the word? I'm agnostic. I hope there has to be something. I don't believe in allowing my moral compass and my own actions and my course of where I want to bring myself in life to be decided by a higher power that I don't ever really get any, like, proper introduction to or understanding of. I don't believe in letting anybody but me decide my future. I would like to hope that we're not alone in the universe and there's something out there. But until I see it, I don't really know what it's going to be. But I just hope that there's something else beyond us. So when I say playing God, I hope it comes with a little bit more weight than your average, you know, like, Christofascist saying it. This, taking the naturalism, the wilderness, the way that the zone is both impossibly barbaric and wild and inhuman, and also incredibly organized and humanly violent, humanly chaotic, humanly corrupt and greedy and hungry. Taking all of these things, and you create something out of it that is so unnecessarily futuristic. SIRCAA feels like the perfect example of going to a wild place with all kinds of crops and plants and wildlife and everything, and just bending it to your whim with absolutely zero fucking regard for ecosystem. That's what SIRCAA feels like. SIRCAA feels like overfishing in an ocean full of the greatest wonders you've ever seen in your life. Like, look at this. These are anomalous things that, beforehand, you would have to consider some type of insane danger, something you could never go to. You look at this thing and you're like, how could I possibly go to it? And now, they've harnessed it. They've harnessed it, and they've built a gaudy fucking water feature out of it. You've made a water feature out of an anomaly. If that isn't, like... Also, my bolt is still floating. It's It just feels wrong. It just feels fucking wrong. In the words of an ancient sports commentator, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for them. Like, look, okay, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that if I had the money, the resources, and the time and everything to have a fucking, like, to have a goddamn anomalous water feature on my front lawn, I wouldn't do it. Okay, that dragonfly is kind of cool, though. But it's because the zone isn't real. And this feels like they took the unknown. They took the terrifying. They took a place that used to be called man-made hell. And they made it gaudy. They made it new age. It's like I'm walking into a fucking social media office. Turns my fucking stomach, it does. Do you think anybody's, like, tried to, like, make a wish by tossing a penny into that thing, and it got spat out at, like, 300 miles per hour straight into the jugular of the guy sitting next to him? If it hasn't already happened, I hope it does before I blow this place up in 30 minutes. Whoops. Spoilers. They put it on Pinterest, and now white women want their husbands to build one. Oh! Oh, it's Dalin! Look at this fucking dork.
Треба терміново провести тести на сумісність. Перевірити, чи все з ним в порядку. Так, так. Звичайно. Ви, мабуть, втомилися. Ось. Це ключ від мого номера. Я все одно ночую в кабінеті. І не турбуйтесь про винагороду. Ви її отримаєте. З вами неодмінно захочуть поговорити. Як тільки ми проведемо всі необхідні тести.
Would that somebody happen to be Orshinov?
Себе в порядок. Колеги обіцяли мені якийсь сюрприз на день народження.
Credit to him.
Кортить подивитись, що там.
Credit to Dalin.
Сподіваюсь, ви розкажете.
He does look kind of happy, and he does appear to be a man of his word. So, to catch people up in the chat, fucking idiot.
Що? Серйозно? Дякую.
Hi, Korshinov. Hi, Daddy Warbucks.
Сюди, через рамку.
So, for those of you who aren't caught up in chat, Dalin is way out of his element and being manipulated. Yeah, welcome to anybody who has any position of power in Stalker. So, for those who don't know, here's what happened in Stalker 2. An anomaly appeared in our protagonist's skiff. An anomaly appeared in his apartment for no fucking reason and destroyed it. An artifact was born of it. He was promised by a scientist who works in the zone, if you bring that artifact with you and you use it to charge up these, like, anomaly detectors that this organization called SIRCAA uses, we will pay you enough money to get you your apartment back. He says, sure, I'll do it. Goes to the zone, here's the artifact, give me the scanner, let me go get to work. An emission happens, so all of their previous locations for anomalies are now already out of date, and his mission is already a lot more dangerous than it has to be. Unfortunately, what appears to be the same PMC that protects SIRCAA seems to attack him. Now, considering the scanners are made by SIRCAA, or at least seem to be primarily based on designs by SIRCAA, being attacked by the ward doesn't really seem to make a whole lot of sense. Why else would he be being given them? And of course, it all comes down to the fact that the actual, like, scanner business of charge up these artifact or anomaly scanners with your artifacts that we pay you money is actually a giant fucking scam being run by a bunch of bandit warlords out of the garbage. So, a unidentified militaristic force that doesn't appear to be the ward happens to presumably kill the professor you're working with in the intro. They steal your scanner, and the guy who takes your scanner looks like he's supposed to kill you. He looks like he's on orders to kill you. He doesn't. Instead, he knocks you out and takes everything you have. You wake up and you embark on a journey of figuring out what happened to you. Most of this game is Skiff having absolutely zero interest in 90% of the zone's politics or anything going on in it. He just wants the scanner back, and he wants the scanner back. Did you notice what he was wearing? Well, yeah, that was Nimble. I know that was Nimble. So Skiff just wants the scanner back because he just like wants to get his fucking payment, and he wants his apartment back. Half of this game is Skiff not giving a shit about anything because he just wants a fucking apartment back. Honestly, I respect him. So he follows the whole fucking chain of command all the way up to scanner business, and ends up finding out that the scanners are actually based on the same technology of the original group that ended up creating the zone by complete accident in the first place. Their Project X program, X19, X16, X18, etc. And of course, their grand scheme of manipulating the greater collective consciousness of all of mankind, and their efforts that were rewarded by Strelick killing them all at the end of the very beginning of the first at the very end of the first game. So the entire time we've been trying to follow the chain of command and finding out the scanner business is actually one big scam perpetrated by the exact scientist we were working with and a bunch of bandit lords. He basically was just fucking stringing us a lead the entire intro. He just was trying to make his own fucking money out of the affair and string us along and probably hoping somebody was going to get him killed. Instead, somebody else took over our whole situation. We find out that the people who fucked us over were none other than a man named Faust, a blind man who happens to work with the disgraced Monolith faction who now go by the Noontide. Faust is a blind man who is basically trying to completely split his own faction down the middle just for his own purposes. He's quite literally the blind leading the blind. He's a guy who has no eyesight, and yet he seems to know almost everything about the zone. There's some fun little secrets that I know about him that I'm not going to tell any of y'all, but we find out that the real people who fucked us over were Faust and a couple of other people who were just highly complicit in what he was doing. Whether it was, I guess we didn't get to talk to Nestor, but Salder, who is the guy who works with the IPSF, the incredibly corrupt, like international, militarized force that happens to run the perimeter, as well as, I believe, Nimble, who was guiding Faust. And Faust gave us back the scanner with the anomaly. Or with the artifact, rather. Now, Faust was already villain-coded because he basically took, his own half of the Noontide faction and walked off into a fucking, a mission, never to be seen again. And you track him down. You track him down to the base of Clear Sky, and he's sitting there alone. He gives you back the scanner, as well as a pistol, says some cryptic shit, and disappears. And that's all. So, basically, the whole point is, this scanner is the reason we're here in the zone. Because Skip just wants his fucking apartment back, and he was led to believe that doing the whole scanner thing was going to get him paid. It didn't. He got fucked over. And the person that fucked over is impossibly villain-coded and gave it back to him, and clearly wants us to go back to the guy who wanted the scanner in the first place. Dalin said, bring me that scanner, bring it back to me, I'll pay you a hefty sum. Just bring me back the scanner with that artifact. And we've been given it back by the very obvious villain. And you're kind of supposed to have a sinking feeling in your stomach. One, because SIRCAA feels like it's playing fucking God with everything the zone represents. And two, because it's pretty hard to feel like you're not walking into a trap when the very obvious guy who wants to sow shit in the zone gave you back this thing and clearly wants you to go to the group that wanted it in the first place. It feels like two powers are constantly at war, kind of gearing up for their big power plays against each other, and both of them are already being puppeteered by forces that even they don't understand and you can never even hope to comprehend. And right now, you're the one who's about to drag their two chess pieces next to each other. So there's your little Stalker catch-up. I still had to get prosy with it.
Сталкери, не порушуй протокол і неприємно
Okay. Think of the canteen sip. Okay. Faust, professional jackass, said had he been born out west, he'd have had the last name Austin. Oh! So already, you can see that SIRCAA has been hard at work with applying their own discoveries of zone technology. Going from basically just kind of having their own spin on the old SSP ecologist suits that were being used by zone researchers to the military exoskeleton suits that were originally completely put out of production by Soviet and various Warsaw Pact militaries because it was impossible to make them actually mass-producible on a cost-effective scale. And then you've got this ugly fucking thing. I got a lot of things to say about SIRCAA, and not many of them are good. But I do get to do one of my favorite little things in the game. So here, fun fact, I'm fairly certain almost every single artifact you can find in the game is in this room. Every single artifact in the game, obviously not counting the anomalous items that you can only find in signposted anomalous areas, which are their own little fun environmental puzzles. Like the blue flower in the poppy field, the mysterious water and the wandering lights, that one like superheated bolt in the tornado, and the ice cold bolt in the fire tornado, etc. Those aren't here. I'll tell you what is here. And of course, all of them have their proper names. I believe this one is called the... I forget what it's called, but it looks like an orange peel. The Hypercube is my personal favorite. Hypercube. Hypercube. The Blick. That one looks like a synthwave album cover. Oh, Kolobok! I love Kolobok! Kolobok has always been one of my favorite artifacts, ever since the very first couple of games. Call of Pripyat, I was always very, very fond of the Kolobok. Petal. This one. God, that one's cool. Green sea urchin. Yeah. Well, there is actually an artifact. Is that Skinny Pete? There is actually an artifact called the Urchin, if I remember correctly. There's also the Thorn and the Crystal Thorn. This, meanwhile, is the Horn. Oh, Mama's Beads. Mama's Beads mentioned. I'm just going on a fun little tour here. This is the Jellyfish. This is, I think, one of the first artifacts you ever pick up in Shadow of Chernobyl. I believe... Which one was Moonlight? Because, like, if I can find it... Hey, this one. You know what's great? I have a chat emoji of me holding this exact thing. Look at that. Old habits die hard. You keep neuron activating the Slavs in my brain with the accent. I'm terribly sorry. I promise it's not entirely by intention, but it is also very fun to do. So, this one I believe is not the goldfish. It's actually one that I'm holding right now. It's the bubble. So there are a couple that I don't see here. I don't see the thorn or the crystal thorn. So there's a variety of fun little spiky ones. So there's the thorn, the crystal thorn, the kolobok, and the urchin. The urchin. This is a tourist breakfast. I fucking hate it. Wait, was that a compass I saw? No. That's the, that's just a bunch of fucking bolts stuck to a potato, I guess. Some of these I haven't even found in-game myself. I really like that there are wardens walking around going, whoa, dude, look at the cool thingy. Like, let's be real. If any of y'all were, like, assigned to a PMC that was ordered to, like, protect, like, a scientific institution where insane otherworldly shit was being researched, tell me you wouldn't spend, like, half of your time on duty doing exactly this. Just walking around going, whoa, dude, it's, like, space age shit. Like, it's real. But here's my favorite thing to do when I'm in this locale, is to go up to the ones on display and go, dude, this is so cool. I got this exact one. I really wish, like, as soon as I do this, somebody would just run up to me and tackle me and go, hey! So there are some that I have found and encountered that aren't here, like the Crystal Thorn and the Urchin, and a couple of others. This one's a personal favorite of mine as well. Oh, hey, I have this one too. They always just feel cooler to hold than they feel to look. I'll tell you what, you ever hold a hypercube in your hands before? It feels like nothing else on Earth. Sometimes I look at these and I wonder what it would be like to stick my dick in one. But we're not going to think about that. So I thought I saw a compass somewhere. But it's just fun to look at these. I think it's really cool. I also noticed that the shell isn't here. I know what the shell looks like. So we also don't have a goldfish. We don't have a goldfish, we don't have a shell, no urchin. Obviously, they couldn't keep one of every artifact. But you can tell they tried. And it's cool. And here's the most interesting thing, right? Because you get to see these fun display cases of everything that SIRCAA has done. Like updating the classic discontinued military exosuit to taking the existing scientific research suits and putting their own insane new age spin on them. But then, right, the part that is arguably either the most, like, post-humanly hopeful or dystopian. Oh, is this a liquid rock? Yes, it is. The part that is either the most post-humanly hopeful or impossibly dystopian is the fun little info kiosks you can find, detailing the ways they plan to incorporate zone findings into technology for civilian life. Really? This? You have these. You have access to, like, these in your hands, and you're going to use them for fucking desk lamps that I'm probably going to be able to buy off of Temu for like $5 in 10 years? That's what me and hundreds of other stalkers over the years have died for? Are you fucking kidding me?
Блін, тепер знову мігрень буде. А мені ще звіти заповнювати. Вчасно ж усіх звідси вивезли.
Of course you could end up with a migraine. You're drinking more energy drinks than Nyx. Oh, she didn't hear that.
Ну, я ж не знав, що він прямо зараз.
Wait, caffeine and emissions actually have negative interactions. It's interesting.
Захист від викидів, до речі, теж моя розробка.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good to see y'all. I hope you don't mind. Listen, all right. Dalin gave me like a personal, like he walked up to me and he said, Sascha, I'm giving you an all-access pass to SIRCAA. Go nuts, do whatever you want. So, if y'all don't mind, what are you fucking looking at? I don't see any of y'all drinking these. Used to do a little, but a little wouldn't do it, so a little got more and more. Whoa. Listen, I paid for the whole SIRCAA. I'm gonna drink the whole SIRCAA. Where's the vodka? That's okay. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I really wish I would just, like, immediately pass out if I did this. Dude, if you drink this much condensed milk, I feel like you would, like, explode. Dude, are you gonna drink that? There's only one beer left. They just had all this stuff in a big fridge, and I was like, sweet, chugs dozen of Pepsi. Wow. That was cool. Now, what the fuck am I looking at? Oh, Are they like making like anomalous modern art? Like are they making like fucking art out of artifacts, dude? I'm gonna ooh. Even these fucking benches are gaudy. What is this? Look at this fucking place. Oh wait, I promised I was gonna make a save when I got to SIRCAA. It's an abstract blowout. Oh my god, you're right. Hey, Sergeant.
Питання до командира.
Alright, fine. Fuck you too, then.
Бачу, відчайдушні часи вимагають відчайдушних...
Nice to meet you, Dr. Vavilov. Are you cool that I drank all of the energy drinks that your staff had on tap today?
Можу бути...
Know anything about the generators?
Я то багато що знаю. Але енергію, що...
Хочу більше. Що таке Карибське?
The Caribbean experiment is important.
Для сталкера його ідея полягала у впливі псіполем на об'єкт на інші...
So,
ще побачимо.
as I've talked about on stream before, the syndicated Stalker novels, which I don't know if they're actually still canon, both of them depict new anomalous zones appearing in entirely bespoke places. One of them depicting one that appears in Afghanistan. This game appears to recontextualize new zones appearing as being the result of SIRCAA doing more fuck shit. A higher access level is required to obtain information on the fucking Timu artifact lamp? What the fuck is this clearance level? Alright. I'm just gonna pretend none of this shit matters. I'm gonna call my fucking elevator. I'm gonna go up to Dalin's room, and I'm just gonna close my eyes until I fall asleep.
Увага! Повторне попередження. Наближається викид. What happened to the sound? Oh, With the latest breakthroughs in emission protection tech, this window now offers a clear view of your aspirations and humanity's future. Happy birthday, Dr. Dalin! So he said he was going to sleep in his study and he wasn't actually going to go up to his own room. And then he said I didn't know what they got me for my birthday. So... So that means that considering what happens in this mission, Dr. Dalin's never gonna know what they gave him for his birthday. That was just a very weirdly, like, vibey situation of me just... Oh, sweet! More! Let's go! Huge. I need more. Listen. I'm the hungriest motherfucker in the zone, okay? I've been living off of stale bread and somebody's fucking sausage they kept in a box for 20 fucking years, alright? I walk up into bro's apartment, he's letting me have whatever I want, I'm having whatever I want. Really? Emission photography? Are we fucking serious? I say as I ran a Twitter account entirely devoted to emission photography back in 2021. If memory serves, SIRCAA was actually built on top of an old X-Lab. I couldn't sleep with a thing like this over my head. Almost feels like a callback to the movie poster for Stalker, the film in 1979. Good fucking film, by the way.
Now, here's what I really want to see. Right. We get to see just how deep his reverence for the zone and how much Dalin has this insanely nerdy obsession with Chernobyl has gone. Like, what the fuck are these books even about? For fuck's sake, he has a replica of the Wish Granter on his desk. He has a gaudy fucking Wish Granter desk lamp. What? I don't think that's what you mean. I think what you mean is, I think what you mean is this. Wait, did that not come through? Did that not come through? Hold on. Huh? Huh. Alright. Well, there's fuckery with capturing Discord audio. That's okay. I don't give a fuck. Holy shit, energy drinks! Oh. Alright, anyway. So he has a gaudy fucking desk lamp here. I played the Wish Granter sing ED Come Near. Dimitro Dalin, the young scientist now at the helm of SIRCAA, shares his knowledge on his appointment. I know this might not sit well with everyone, but I do not see 2006 as a tragedy. It was a blessing for humanity. The zone presents endless opportunities that cannot be confined behind walls. As director of SIRCAA, I am committed to ensuring that in the coming years... Shut the fuck up! Like, okay. Right? I know that the 2006 second Chernobyl explosion was not nearly as tragic as the first. One, because it wasn't heavily covered up by the Soviet government and all of its career party men for over 36 hours, resulting in an entire city and region of innocent people being so impossibly horribly dosed with radiation, leading to, as I always like to call it, a entirely preventable mass tragedy with an incalculable human cost that we are still feeling the effects of to this day. If anybody tells you that the official Chernobyl death toll is still like that really bullshit like number that the Soviet government gave back in like the late 80s or early 90s, tell them to shut up and or deck them in the face for me. However, the 2006 Chernobyl explosion was basically only just scientists who were experimenting on people and wanted to experiment on the entire world, and their soldiers, who were okay with them experimenting on people and also the entire world. Angel says, I love to bounce back and forth from thick Slovak accent to thick-ass New York accent. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh my god. Look at him at the fucking grand opening for the place. This is so fucking gaudy. Look at this shit. What is this? Oh my god, look at this. We're building land development in the Chernobyl zone. How the fuck did you get the cranes in here without anomalies? Oh my god. If memory serves, there is an actual, like, in-lore explanation for why anomalies are not happening here. They've done something. Wait a minute. Is that the fucking... Okay, so that's not the photograph of the monument they built for the Chernobyl liquidators. That was the, to those who saved the world. This is a statue that was there when the NPP was built. Oh, it's crooked. I love how Chernobyl, an accident caused by basically 1 in a million chance of everything going wrong, is still used to vilify nuclear energy. Yep. Chernobyl
In Chernobyl, the problem was not nuclear energy. The problem was that letting career party men and bureaucrats run your entire system is the biggest fucking mistake you can ever make. Anyway, there's something we're here for. There's a way to access a safe behind his desk. Is that a fucking printer? They money shifted a nuclear reactor. Yep, that is my favorite way to describe it. They did, in fact, money shift a nuclear reactor. Mankind's first nuclear money shift. What a thing to say to a human being. Okay, now there is a button. I'm just looking for the button. And switching it is a... Whoa! I do not want to accidentally prop kill myself in Dalin's office. There is a thing you can activate in this office that opens up that very obvious wall safe. No, it's true. I've talked about it a million times, but it's true, right? Because, like, the whole point of the money shift is that you're supposed to shift up and then you shift down, resulting in, like, an insane amount of, like, power transferal that causes your engine to completely blow itself the fuck out, right? With Chernobyl, that's almost basically what they were trying to do. They were trying to, like, adjust the power rating and the, like, overall kind of, like functionality of it that resulted in insane power transferal that blew it the fuck up. The things that come out of our mouths while we walk the zone are heinous, foul, and probably should land us in prison on the mainland. Perhaps they are. But as I always say in the zone, there can be no war crime when there is no war and no law. I will do whatever the fuck I please. Now I'm gonna sleep in Dalin's bed. If I could, I'd eat in it too. Get me some fucking, like, whole-ass prime rib meal and, like, spill it everywhere. Sweet penthouse. Thanks, Viscera.
Бродяга, тут серйозні заходи безпеки.
God, I love prime ribs. Thank you, Tiana. Have a good rest, and good luck at work tomorrow. Damn, I'm fucking hungry. Oh yeah, by the way, should I mention the fact that the Wish Granter, which is like the device that lured people to the center of the zone to be brainwashed, including me, by the way, was just like literally pulled up out of the Chernobyl like power plant and just brought here. Can you tell me where the button is? Yeah, since I already found it last time and now I can't remember where the fuck it is now, I actually might appreciate that. Where is it? Behind the photo you straightened? And what do I do? Because I know you can get it before. The button was like right there before. I feel like maybe something is broken. Doesn't the Wish Granter light cause it to open or something? Where could you be? There is a button. There is some way to, like, access that. Oh. Okay, so I was right. I think either it was supposed to be open.
it was supposed to be open, and then the game bugged out. Alright, you guys know what to do in chat. Let's see it. Come on. Press the fucking button, people. Alright, well. Damn. I wonder what the fucking password could be. Could the password be the exact year the Chernobyl event happened? That being April 26, 1986? Oh, right. No, it's 2006. Hey, it happened again. There's supposed to be artifacts in here and it's not actually opening. "2006 suckers can't mix." I love... It happened again. Yeah, it happened again. Both times I opened this fuck-ass safe. The first door and the second door, and neither of them actually open it. Oh, Stalker 2. This wasn't a thing I had to deal with a year ago. Oh, look at that. It's actually open now. Crazy. And this one is one of my favorite classic artifacts, too. This is the battery. Listen to her. So look, right, if people are making, like, these fuck-ass, like, Amazon or, like, Temu or, like, Etsy lamps out of artifacts, right? You gotta make a noise machine for sleeping out of the battery, okay? This shit'll put babies to sleep in 30 seconds.
I'd buy that for $1.
Yeah, me too. Note on expensive paper. You're on the verge of surpassing your father's accomplishments. I know what his father did. I wouldn't consider what his father did to be an accomplishment, personally. Ultimately, that is not for me to decide. But if it was for me to decide, I would decide not. Hey, I have a good idea. So we're 2 hours in, and I just slept, and we've woken up on the right side of the bed. So how about we take a quick little BRB, I run an ad break, we all get up and piss and get some snacks, and we chill the fuck out. We get back, and now, after Skiff has woken up on the right side of the bed, we get to see the true wonders that SIRCAA has to offer. How about that? I'll be right back. Don't fucking go anywhere, alright? All right, I'm back. Got a little bit more water. I got me some, I got some snacks. White chocolate macadamia nut cookies, which is pretty insane. I've been watching this guy on YouTube. I'll talk about him in a little sec, alright? Motherfucker. Hi everybody, I'm back. So, I'm gonna take a little interlude and yap about something else. So, I started watching this guy on YouTube called Sean Grows. I don't know if y'all have seen him before. He does like YouTube shorts and like slightly longer form videos where he just talks about agriculture. Like, he has a 9-minute video talking about like the history of sugarcane and obviously how much of a role it has played in the rise and fall of empires. He's talked about the fact that horseradish doesn't actually have a taste. It is basically just pain as a spice. It's great. And he has a thing where like every single video always ends with the phrase, which is pretty insane. I fucking love his videos. Just he's a really charming guy. and the sugarcane video was like really well done. He's just like, you know, when they realized that all, you know, the natives couldn't handle the European people couldn't handle the temperatures and the natives were dying of diseases, he's like, you know, he's like, they did what any sensible civilization would do. They shut it down. No, I'm just kidding. They went to slavery. And he talks a lot about how, like, basically, like, the entire, like, transcontinental slave trade happened because of sugar in a weird, fucked up way. But that combined with, like, some of his other stuff, like, what is it, the red bananas, he talks about why, like, red bananas are actually sweeter and tastier than, like, the yellow Cavendish bananas. And he's like, yeah, but of course, like, you know, like, people, like, shied away from something that was really good and didn't give it a chance because of color. And then, like, a little text thing on screen just says, of course they did. Which is pretty insane. But yeah, no, you should, what is it, You Are Very Familiar? Yeah, I fucking love, Sean Grows. No, Estelle, I think that last track was from RE1. Still slave agriculture done in South America, which is really fucked up. There's still slave agriculture happening in America, because that's just what the prison industrial complex is. It's fucked up. Here, I'll pull up a clip of his to show off. I absolutely fucking love Sean Grows. So if any of you, like, need, like, a YouTuber who makes, like, really fun, like, short form and long form content to watch, I, like, genuinely cannot recommend Sean Grows enough. He's, like, a really fucking funny guy. Either you turn to slavery or mechanization. I vastly prefer mechanization. Yeah, here we go. Check this shit out. Here we go. Wait. Where's the bar TV audio coming from? Ah, it's not coming from anything. Right, we had this problem previously. TV. Do you want to capture Firefox? It doesn't want to capture Firefox. We can't hear dog shit. I see Discord, I see OBS is having sound issues tonight. That's okay. I just won't play it. Which is unfortunate because Sean Grows is great. But generally speaking, he's a really cool fucking YouTuber. You know what? I guess I might just be having like OBS weirdness again, considering it wasn't capturing the Discord audio either. Somehow still SCP-5K's fault. But please go watch Sean Grows on YouTube. He's a fucking great guy. And also, he always includes, like, clips of him cutting these, like, spices and other shit with an axe. It's really fucking cool. Anyway. So there's that. Let's get back to the game. Hold up. Can you allow me this? Can I have one of my cookies while I listen to the Full Auto 2 soundtrack, please? Just allow me this. Should update my sound card drivers. You know, it might be a sound card driver issue. You know, you ain't fucking lived until you've eaten a white chocolate macadamia nut cookie. If anybody has like a homemade recipe for these things, you let me know. You let me know tomorrow. Welcome to Stalker Tuesday. You came to hear me eat cookies on stream, right? Oh no, these ain't Pepperidge Farm. These are made by the store I work at. Like, the actual fucking, like, bakery at my store. Looks positively cursed when I eat cookies in this fucking face tracking. This was like a 7.5 out of 10 cookie. Librarian core cookies? What the fuck are you talking about? Alright.
Бродяга, тут серйозні заходи безпеки.
Знаю. Тому було дуже важливо, щоб тебе пустили всередину. Мої люди зовні шукають вразливі місця. Моноліт – зло, яке нікому не можна дозволяти використовувати. Допоможи нам, будь ласка.
Let's hear your joke, Kelly. So here's the thing. The Wish Granter, the Monolith. The same thing that various different factions search for different reasons.
is currently being researched and exploited by SIRCAA. The Noontiders, ex-Monolith soldiers, want us to figure out what the fuck it is, or what the fuck they're doing with it. So, Strider, the leader of the remaining Noontiders who weren't already taken away by Faust, wants us to know. What's a maid's default pose during dinner time? That's actually really good. I actually really like that.
Увага! Розклад лабораторних експериментів у секторі С оновлено. Відновлення скасованих заходів відбудеться після повернення основного наукового персоналу. Гарного дня!
Strider is so cool. I love that motherfucker.
А ось і людина, без якої цей прорив був би неможливий. Підійдіть. Хочу з вами поговорити. Сподіваюсь, ви гарно відпочили, Скіфе. Ми на межі найважливішої події в історії людства. І я хочу, щоб ви спостерігали за нею з перших рядів. Врешті-решт, якби ви не принесли альфа-артефакт, наші фермери...
I would actually follow Strider into SIRCAA base. I believe that. The Alpha artifact. So that's what appeared in our fucking apartment. So, it appears our situation was always a little bit more tenuous than the average stalker with an artifact and a scanner. SIRCAA has taken great interest in this specific artifact, and if their scanners are already being utilized by bandit warlords and scammers, then one would probably assume that anybody else who's involved in the scanner business or is able to get information out of people in the scanner business probably already also knows that this artifact we had is of particular significance. Meaning, as soon as we stepped into the zone, we were kind of fucked from the start.
Що такого особливого у цьому артефакті?
Він має унікальну здібність.
Seems like SIRCAA's information flow isn't particularly airtight.
А ще, вони неймовірно рідкісні. Нічого подібного неможливо знайти на території зони. Чи створити? І лише з його допомогою можливе віддалене підключення до генераторів.
The artifact farm?
Ви вмієте вирощувати артефакти?
Мій головний проект тут. Без перебільшення. Моя гордість. Ми синтезуємо такі самі артефакти, які з'являються в зоні.
Yeah, I don't fuck with that at all.
На жаль, саме альфа-артефакт створити подібним чином не вийшло. Але тепер це не важливо. Завдяки вам, альфа тут.
Ключ до генераторів?
Зона не існує самостійно. У неї є центр,
So the generators were cut from the original Shadow of Chernobyl, but they were always visible.
що розташована...
They are basically the massive fucking emitters that the group used to try to influence all of mankind
Саме для цього
in the experiment that would end up creating the zone instead.
енергетичної кризи. Вихід на межі сонячної системи. Нові горизонти у фізиці. Скіфе, ваша знахідка змінить світ.
Порушення умов утримання в лабораторії криптобіології.
The De Beers family when they find out about synthetic lab-made artifacts. Uh-oh.
Зберігайте спокій. Приємного дня.
Чорт! Егіда – це неконтрольований аномальний вплив. Отже, повна зупинка роботи всіх лабораторій. І як довго? Варта навіть з усіма своїми іграшками.
Які ж...
Високотехнологічна зброя – даремна витрата грошей, на мою думку.
And of course the war has been funneling some of their R&D into weaponry.
Зброя стане непотрібною.
Wonder how many billions they've spent trying to convince people that cubic zirconium isn't real diamonds. You'd be surprised. Angel says sounds like something R&D is doing, and I'm gonna go check on them now because now I'm fucking worried.
Такими темпами можна більше, щоб в зоні я стикався із тим, що теж виглядав.
Пропонуєте сталкерськими методами? Знайдіть доктора Кривенка. Він зараз має бути в ЛВА. Тільки майте на увазі, аномальний вплив – це то...
So some of their controlled anomalies they've been fucking with in here have apparently broken containment, and something is going down in the labs that is not supposed to be happening. Now, I wasn't paying the most attention the last time I played this, but I think I have a pretty good idea of what's going on. Now, let's see if my hypothesis is correct when we get down here, though. Better not be making zone artifacts down there. Look, Engel, if what I know about Penrose from you is correct, I think people making zone artifacts down in your R&D department is probably the least of your concerns. That's awfully fucking, foreboding. Also, those volumetric birds flew into the wall. I don't give a shit how much, like, I'm being paid by modern science. If I clock into work, and they're like, hey, Sascha, we need a photo op. Can you hold this fucking radioactive thing? I'm gonna tell them to piss off. Ah, thank you for the tea time, Noodle.
Oh man, I'm Skinny
Is that Skinny Pete?
Доктор Кривенко, голова єдиної лабораторії криптобіології та псімедицини. Ідіть за мною.
How you doing tonight, Noodles?
Сталкер в інституті. За моїх часів тут такого ще не бувало.
Alright, Krivenko. Looks like a lot of shit that's new seems to be happening around here. Because last I heard from Dalin, outbreaks of bullshit happening at your lab are also new ones. And yet, you're not really terribly well prepared. Committed cannibalism on peak. Honestly, oh my god, what happened to this man's hair?
Ви вже в курсі? Ні? В лабораторії криптобіології виникла аномалія.
Let me get my tea ready while this guy yaps at me.
Та вважають, що вона просторова.
І часто тут надзвичайні ситуації.
Майже ніколи. У нас усі протоколи відпрацьовані. Будь-який хід подій під контролем. Не кажучи вже...
Orange and spice tonight. Where did this anomaly come from?
Як аномалія виникла поза вашим контролем?
Гадки не маю. Виникнення та динаміку тих, що ви бачите за моєю спиною, ми контролюємо. А ця з'явилась поза полігоном, що теоретично неможливо під викидозахистом інституту. Може, хтось допоміг їй виникнути? От тільки саботажу нам ще не вистачало.
Над чим ви працюєте?
I think I know who made it appear.
Що на мене чекає?
I bet it was Professor Herman.
Досліджуємо різні шкідливі впливи зони та методи захисту від них. Однак подробиці, боюся, поза рівнем вашого доступу.
I like how bro says you don't have the clearance for me to tell you more than that. But I've probably seen shit in the zone that he doesn't have the clearance to know about.
Піду гляну, що там у вас.
Тоді ось, візьміть мою зброю. Коршунов наказав роздати її всім головам лабораторій. Але я ніколи не думав, що доведеться нею скористатись. Професор Герман якось казав, що в таких аномалій завжди є вхід і вихід. Причина її появи має бути з іншого боку. Тільки враховуйте, що Егіда заблокувала всі звичні входи та виходи до моєї лабораторії. Крім одного, технічного, крізь вентшахту. Він на вулиці, поруч із корпусом ЛДА. І прошу вас, акуратніше в лабораторії зі зразками місцевої фауни. Це ці...
Alright. Whoa. Bro just gave us his standard issue fucking pistol, and I've already put a stendo in it. That's how you know I mean business. Bro's like, did you just put a fucking stendo clip in my lab pistol? Sure did. What are you gonna do about it, Kravenko? You fucking pencil neck geek. Oh. This was that really foreboding turbine we saw from the ground floor. It's funny because this whole thing reminds me a lot of the types of turbine installations you see inside of like real real nuclear reactors. It's cool. This whole SIRCAA place is just people cosplaying. Oh shit, water's ready. Give me a sec. Yeah. Here's the motherfucking tea. Let me set my tea timer real quick. Four minutes. I'm alive. So, Noodles, dare I ask for clarification on what you mean by committing cannibalism in Peak? Pretty please? What you drinking? No, I'm not a fucking maybe I am a little bit. I'm drinking some orange and spice tea from, Bigelow. Beautifully balanced blend of zesty citrus and luxurious spices. Ingredients: rose hips, spices, just spices. Hibiscus, orange peel, roasted chicory, natural orange flavors. Soy and lecithin. He looked like a whole rotisserie chicken and I was hungry. I mean, as a lady who has canonically cooked and served human flesh to people, I'm not really going to be able to judge, dog. I imagine you're not. He fades into chicken when you get hungry enough. Insane statement. Just completely bonkers, you know? Noodles, the shit you get up to on stream leads me to believe that I lead a far more charmed life than they, and I find that I feel boring in comparison. Alright, we're in the shit now. Whoa. Gas ahoy. The wall structure in these stairwells. I've been in weird little atriums like this in the zone before. That's not water. It's Yes. Aha! This is the part with the volumetric rats. Well, I came prepared. Watch this. Oh. Oh, fuck. Did I blow the rats up? I think I got him. Cool. Check it out. I'm in the house like carpet. And if there's too many heads in my blunt, I won't spark it. Just put it in my pocket and save it like rocket fuel. Till everybody's gone, then it's cool. Then I spark it up with my brother. His name is Mo, but we call him Mo Lover. He's more than a cover, he's a quilt. We're putting this shit together like the house that John built on a hill. What the fuck was that song even about? Like, I know it's from like a sample-free like rap. Oh, fuck off the edge of my dick. I'm not doing this. No. Yeah, it would be a fucking beer. Alright, hold up. Watch this. I gotta get silly with it. Oh, no! Hi, Gerza Dreaming. Famous last words before a shotgun levitated before me and blew my fucking brains out. I'm about to get silly with it. Great time. Great time on the Stalker stream. Check it out. I'm in the car. Check it out. I'm in the house like carpet. Completely insane fucking song. Check it out. I'm in the house like carpet. Alright, tea time, baby. Oh. Okay. Now here's the thing, this isn't even the reason. This isn't even the reason that... Wait. So this isn't even the reason I actually brought all of these hollow point rounds. I need those for something else. Hold up, watch this. I'm rat-proof. The rats don't know what to do. This is a fucking absurd amount of rats, even for the underground. Are we done yet? See, when it's like singular rats, right? The game engine doesn't know what to do with them, admittedly, and it gets very fucky very fast. I've seen more rats IRL. Yeah, I know. You've been to New York. The day Sasha plays Tarkov is the day you know that isn't Sasha, that's some kind of imposter. I didn't know you were playing Tarkov. Yeah, nah, I know better than to play Vatnik propaganda. I do get the joke, though. Alright, so hold on, let me try this again. Come on. Come on. Let me save just once. Come on. Hey, wait a second, wait a second. Oh, shit, me! So that's very obviously the mutant, or whatever the thing that's causing that. Oh, hey, SIRCAA. Sasha getting me to drop Tarkov. Yeah. No, I'm very happy I did that. I think that was like the thing that clued to me that you were really solid, was when I went up to you, and I was like, hey, I really hate to do this, homie, but like, Tarkov is like super bad. And as soon as I said that, I was like really worried. I was like, dude, I hope this person I just met doesn't like get defensive about it like a couple of other dudes I've met. Because that's happened. Like, I've told people, hey, you know, like, that game's like Vatnik propaganda, and they'd be like, see, I don't really pay attention to that. It's like, okay, but you're like, you are playing the game. You are playing the game, and that's what the game represents. So, like, own up to it. And when I told Angel about that, she was just like, holy shit! Oh my god, I didn't even... Holy shit, that's bad. Thank you for telling me. It was like, holy shit, dude. Like, Angel's a solid one. Now all we gotta do now is, teach more people about how War Thunder is also pro-Vatnik. Appalled by the actions of Battlestate Games and Nikita. Yeah, as it should be. Oh, right, there's a pseudocat in here, too. Ouch. Shut up. Missy also clued me into War Thunder. Gaijin is a Russian company. Yeah, yeah. Watch this. I'm gonna make short work of Ro. As soon as he's out of that mode. Hey, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Let's go. I don't know why the fuck the pseudocat just did that, though. Ah! Help! Why am I sleepy? I just, like, fucking drank an energy drink, bro. You said watch this, never say watch this. Which is very funny because Iris's diss track towards me is called Watch This. Funny how art imitates life, isn't it? Yeah, there's like a pseudocat stuck in a fucking jail cell and it keeps fucking with my shit. Oh, oh shit. Where'd he go? I will clap you, motherfucker. I got the stendo on my hip. Why do you have a diss track? Because me and Iris have a long-standing beef. We've had a long-standing beef since March Nemesis of 2024, in which we engaged in an entire Call of Duty montage war. I am the disgraced underdog in this battle, and I have a fucking score to settle. Did you just fucking die already, you little shit? Like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, so me and Iris both made diss tracks on each other. They're both very different. We made them for GIW actually, so we're actually gonna wait until the next GIW episode before we drop either of them. But it's a continuation of a long-standing beef, and I think you are all going to like it when they drop. Diss each other, diss each other. How serious is the beef? I've heard the Iris diss, it's insane. The beef is entirely unserious. We don't actually have any problems with each other. It's just because, like, I was just being, like, super fucking cocky in, like, a Call of Duty montage, and she decided to, like, try and prove that I wasn't actually as good as I purported myself to be. So we had a showdown. I lost. And, we've kind of basically made every March Nemesis about it to this point. To the point where now, I actually owe her a cover of Baby Shark, due to a bet that I made at the beginning of this March Nemesis for this year, which I promptly lost. So I have to cover Baby Shark, as per our agreement. Not my proudest moment, I gotta say. What? Oh, hey. Thanks, dog. I appreciate that, actually. Key card to the storeroom. Okay, where is that? Fucking horrifying. Now, you know what's the funniest thing? Deadass. I had, until this, like, April, or no, like, even this summer, actually. Until, like, around this summer, I actually have never listened to Baby Shark. I had never heard it in my life and known what it was actually, like, that it was Baby Shark. Just never heard it. All this time. Never listened to it. So it was like, I don't know. I somehow managed to dodge that this entire time. The fuck? How the fuck do I get to the warehouse? My supervisor at JCPenney would act like it was magic on kids. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, like, I'd never heard it, or at least if I had heard it, I was not, like, aware what it was for this entire time. So when I finally did, I was like, huh. So that's Baby Shark, I guess. That's what it is, huh? Oh. Yeah, I'm just gonna take that real quick. Huh. A tattered tag taken off a zombie. I think you've heard one verse of it. Yeah, like, I was so sure I was gonna win March Nemesis, and, then I didn't. Because I got my shit rocked in March Nemesis, because our first run of, like, the 3-round thing, like, the first, like, actual stream was Fistful of Frags, and I did it while I had COVID. I got my shit rocked. By the way, I also made this bet. I agreed to this bet of, like, whoever loses March Nemesis has to cover Baby Shark. I did this while I had COVID, but also while I was still fully, like, what's the word? Still, like, fully lucid while I had COVID. And then I agreed to doing that. But she beat my ass in March Nemesis. So I had to, like, I thought I was gonna win, and then I didn't. And then no, I genuinely was. Like, I was, like, totally, like, lucid and everything, and I was, like, totally thinking straight, because I was on the recovery. And then I was like...
Тут воно якось надійніше. Вони ж решітку не прогризуть? Наче не мають. Я читав про...
You think you're safer in here? That was fucked up. You just... Baby Shark mumble rap. I'll tell you what, I've actually been talking to, Noel about doing, like a late Mac Miller / like, Wolfpack style funk cover. Like a funk cover of Baby Shark. Sascha, what the fuck? Hi, Lev. Sorry you had to see me executing an innocent man in a cage. That's not really anything I don't do on stream already, though. So, I thought I was gonna win March Nemesis. I didn't. I have to do the Baby Shark cover. However, I also am, I decided I wanted to have a rap battle with her for GIW. So we're going to wait until the next GIW episode goes up before we, like, show them off. But you guys are gonna like them. It's gonna be fun. Wow, I got, like, hit, like, with, like, a huge energy drop. Like, wow. Can't believe you're dragging Noelle into the pits of Baby Shark. Look, okay? When I agreed to do the production, for that Red Wine Supernova cover, I said she owed me a favor. I'm calling it in. How much should Iris spend on her beat? Yeah, here's the thing about the rap battle, right? Because I went up to her and I said, okay, GIW, you, me, we talked to Max about it. We talked to Max about it. We do a rap battle. I offered to produce her a beat, because I produced my own beat for my own diss track. What happens? Not that. Iris proceeds to spend $200 on a pre-produced beat. I don't even know who the fuck produced it, but his watermark is Captain Price yelling "no soap." And, it's a pretty decent beat. I've heard some of the bars. They're terrifying. I'm actually kind of scared. I'm afraid she might ether me. But that's okay. But she did spend $200 on a beat. And as soon as she revealed that to us, the first thing that happened is Pinch proceeded to criticize her spending habits, which I thought was really fucking funny. Some things never change. For clarification, by the way, Cinco, I did not actually ask for a favor on the Red Wine Supernova cover. I'm just being a shithead. But I did ask Noelle if she wanted to help me out on that Baby Shark cover when that time comes. She said yes, so, you know. Honestly, that's insane to me. Uh-oh. Oh, right, it's this section. Meanwhile, my tag is, Al Pacino yelling, "Here comes the pain." Oh my god, ouch. Welcome to the, hey, we're going to fuck up your suit's, durability thing. Ouch. Alright, we're doing that again. I like how this loading screen tip basically de-incentivizes like stupid Call of Duty kid movement shit. That's funny. They got a shed back here with all the anomalies. Can somebody draw a picture of Osaka with like an anomaly in her gullet and it just says, bro, we out of anomalies? Can't remember if you've listened to Please TNT or not. Given that I don't recognize the name, I'm going to have to assume no. Probably won't ever get into rapping or producing, but I feel the Bloodborne has a lot of good sound bites. I'll tell you what. Estelle, there's a dubstep producer named Ulasil who has made a lot of songs sampling Bloodborne. Heavily recommend a couple of tracks. Let me see here. I'll send them to you. But Old Blood and, what is this? There's a track he did called, I think with Digitist, called The Old Blood, or maybe that was a different one. Just, okay. Ulasil has an entire EP called Blood Tinge, and it all samples Bloodborne. Please check out a track he did with Murda called Spoiled Blood. God damn it, not the Uma Musume in my chat. Okay, how the fuck am I supposed to get around this? Literally, how do I get around this? Oh. Show me, I'll show you the Bloodborne card OST. Oh, I know about the Bloodborne card OST. I've been following Bloodborne card for a while. It's good stuff. Wait, why would I do that? I might have to put up an unspoken rule for no gacha discussions in my chat. In the Discord server, it's one thing. But, I'm gonna have to ask that there not be gacha discussions in my chat. For my own sanity. Yeah, the Bloodborne card soundtrack is gas. Are those soap bubbles toxic? They're anomalous, yeah. Nightmare card is just gas. I think the stalkers are allergic to bats, so the bubbles hurt us. No, real. That was one time. This one time, Nyx tried to give me a bath, and all of the flesh melted off my skin. Rachel! How are you doing, Rachel? Thank you for the quick save. I appreciate that. I actually just loaded a save. So... How am I gonna do this? Because that's broken glass. Wait, hold on a second. Wait, if that's broken glass, but that's also a slowing down anomaly, that slowing down anomaly means I can jump through it. Okay, wait. Well, that was better than I expected, but... Fuck me! Wait, what? Oh, hey, Broken Glass. Good to see you again. I can't seem to find where the artifact for that is, but that's okay. This is a really easy puzzle. Yeah. There are multiple anomalies in Stalker that are just, like, floating clouds of broken glass. You're all good. You ain't dumb. Right. It's a basic, like, button combo test. Okay, it's 1, 3... 1, 3, 4, 2. Wait a minute. Isn't 1, 3, 4, 2 the door code for the first locked door you encounter in Lab X18? Hold on a second. No, hold on a second. They're a common anomaly around Houston. I bet. Wait. Hold on. No. I'm actually wrong. It's 1, 2, 4, 3. Close, though. But I got the door open, so we're clear. Oh, are you shitting me, dude? Alright, hold up. Watch this. Ooh, I got a 9 in my lap. You scary. Chill on a weekend like usual. Watching SpongeBob and Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Watch this shit. You ain't gonna know what hit him. Okay, he's made a... Maybe he's made a sterner stuff than I thought. Did you see bro fucking just fall over like a fucking plank? Why his cheeks out? That's just the bloodsuckers. That's how they are. Just ask Kelly. She can tell you. Oh, can't she tell you? I swear to God, the last time I did this mission back in January, I was also in VC with Kelly, also talking about bloodsucker cheeks. Because, Kelly, that was right before you got that one art commission of you and a bloodsucker having a particularly fun time. I remember it very well. Oh, this is the room with the gas. Gas. Like, that's really the puzzle of this room, is we put you in a room with gas. If you cannot turn off the gas, you're gonna die. In this room, there's gas. I regret to inform you, Estelle, Kelly's cheeks are indeed out. In fact, they're almost always out. She just walks around the streets like that. You can hear her fucking clapping all the way up the road. This sucks. Did I already turn this? Why can you turn them back open? Hey, Trouble Monkey, good to see you. I'm stuck in the gas. Hope your stream goes well as I can't stick around. Not to worry. How are you doing today, homie?
Програму завершено. Дякуємо за участь. Будь ласка, дочекайтесь повної дезактивації.
It just means Kelly is also a common anomaly around Houston. What, naked homeless people? Oh, baby, you spoil me, Stalker 2. I forgot that whole little puzzle rewards me with some good-ass guns. Well, this one doesn't have full ammunition or full durability, but it does have some ammo, which is useful, so I might as well pack it for now. Pall Malls? I don't think those were Pall Malls. They didn't look like it. Boss Fountain, I think. All white vans placed on the floor pack of Pall Mall lights. Bite marks on a half sandwich with no crust. Mustard and mayonnaise, lettuce, and red cold cuts. Moonlight streams through window dust. It floats up to the ceiling fan that creaks from Russ's labors to go around, trying to catch that feeling, and the pain on his face is peeling, and the taste in the air is faint but there, just enough that the rats are nearing. Cause where there's blood is feast, there's famine makes murder a meal. What's up, sir, Mr. Burchick? How you doing today? Welcome on into the Too Much Sascha stream, where we are all insane lesbians and we have guns and we're drunk. And we're talking about cheeks, I guess. Is this the Near East? Ah, fuck it, sure. That's a problem. Oh wow, I made short work of him. Wow, okay. Wow. Thanks. Okay, let's try that again. You got me wanting a sandwich. Hey G, would you make me a sandwich? No! No! Oh! Oh. Well, good thing I saved before I exited the boss fountain. Bust one shot if your blood's still pumping. Bust two shots if you're really about something. 3 little pigs and they can't do nothing for the last time. Can't run, you're just a body for the pile. Body for the pile. And you should probably take your last breath right about now. Office highly decorated. Plastic frames around diplomas, all accommodations. Accommodating swivel chair where the blue-suited sir sits slumped. Brain-splattered wall stain, gray matter runs. Badge with his name makes blood on the tongue. It's pinned to his right cheek, right where the gun must have first flirted before it was stuck in his mouth. Ah, good fucking track. You know, to me, heaven's gotta be a cross between a Too Much Sascha stream and a Chicken Winnigish. I gotta have a leg in one hand and a burp in the other. Okay. Let's try this again. Here we go. Yeah, not so fucking tough now, are you? I don't fuck around. I don't. I don't break for snorks either, motherfucker. Why do I feel lightheaded? That's not good. God is my witness, I'm gonna make it through SIRCAA. Na-na-na-na-na. Holy shit! Is that Professor Herman? Is that the guy who literally is like, it's all his fault that I'm here and everything sucks? Is that literally the guy who's to blame for everything that is fucked up in Skiff's life right now? This can't be. Oh. Not bad, still working. Fucking custom game engines. Fair. What do you think about the game? Well, considering I've been playing Stalker since I want to say around 2010, and I bought this game on launch and I've been playing it since then, and haven't even beaten it with over 200 hours because I love playing it that much. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you piece of shit.
Виродок.
So, now that I haven't had streamer brain and have replayed through the intro of the game a few times, I have a better understanding of what happened here. That Herman is just really pissed about SIRCAA stealing his research, which he also was just stealing from Project X, just like SIRCAA was. And he was just trying to scam people. He was just trying to get a rise out of shit, and he was hoping to make some easy money off of me. But unfortunately, both him and I were pawns in a much bigger game, and it looks like his piece is about to be taken first. Have a nice day. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, this is a problem. Huh. Explosive barrel. Fire hazard.
Soretto, pay attention. You've got a tail.
Ah, thank you for the follow. I love this part about this anomaly, by the way. Look at that. It's so fucking cool. Wait a minute. What if I... That's gas. Ah, hello, broken glass. Open up! Oh, right. I literally cannot. Okay, cool. Looks like some fuck shit happened down here. Alright, Herman. This has been a long time coming. I had dudes punch me in the face. I had dudes throw me into the fucking fire. I had dudes hold me over the fire. I've had people take my money. I've had people take my shit. I've had people try to make money off of me and then take my money. I've basically been through the fucking, like, worst week of a human being's life. And it's all your fucking fault. Oh, you owe me alright. You owe me your goddamn... You owe me all.
Не Даліна. Бо єдине, що зробив цей сопливий геній, провалив другий карибський експеримент.
Що таке?
Без Альфи робота Даліна не має сенсу. Коли стало зрозуміло, що штучний артефакт вирішив повторити те, що стало першим контактом з ноосферою. Карибський експеримент. Я сотню разів казав, що це занадто небезпечно. Однак наш золотий хлопчик був готовий ризикнути всім світом заради науки.
Ти від початку знав, що...
Ти знаєш, наскільки малоймовірно, що з усіх артефактів твій саме той? Та якби і знав, то навіщо тобі розповідати, що ти маєш ключ до майбутнього? Це мав бути мій тріумф. Лише мій. Точно не Даліна. І вже, вибач, точно не твій.
Wow, Herman, you're a fucking asshole.
Ти зруйнував експеримент Даліна? І ти завжди знав це?
А що?
I love the way that Skiff like does the hand point and also the finger point. The fucking boom.
Як собака бігаєш. І так, Скіфе, я завжди це знав. І вони теж завжди знали. Кожен
You didn't try to help me, you piece of shit. You were working with Nestor.
попередив тебе про напад.
You were working with Nestor, a man who has so many people coming after his hide that I didn't even get a chance to kill him. There were like 5 different people who were trying to kill him before I got to him.
Сказати Даліну, що думаєш?
This is an interesting little bug here. Oh. Ah. Well, okay. Well, this sucks ass. So yeah, I guess Dalin's research technically did blow my shit up, but like... At least he didn't sell me out to a bunch of bandits in a fucking... Huh? Oh. Great. At least Dalin didn't sell me out to bandits in Noontide. Oh. 12 gauge deleted his entire life in Legacy. Oh, no, he's not... Oh, this is bullshit. You got a sandwich? Cool, what'd you get on your sandwich, homie? Oh, hey. Yeah, I can't wait for whatever the fuck this guy has to offer me. Salami, prosciutto, a little cheddar cheese. Oh, hell yeah. Please tell me you put mustard and mayonnaise on it. Whoa, it's a bat. That's cool, actually. I made it. I'm back. Bet you fuckheads didn't think I was gonna survive, did you? That's standard on all my sandwiches. Hey, Dorothy, good to see you. I haven't seen you up in the chat in a while. How you holding up, homie? We're doing pretty good. We're playing Stalker 2, and, we're experiencing what happens when a bunch of dumb, blind motherfuckers play God with shit they don't understand. Hey, and speaking of which, actually, Exhibit A, this thing. Y'all may not know what this is. Some of y'all may not know what this is. But I know what this is. Now, Ocean, I'll explain this to you. Exhibit A, this. No, Ocean, this thing, if the brain scorcher is a fly trap, this is the honeypot. This thing is the reason the fucking monolith exists. This is the monolith. It is a psi emitter and light projector that they mythologized as a space rock that grants your dreams. And when you find this thing in person, that's what it looks like to you. And then it brainwashes you. And then you worship it. And then you want to kill everything that isn't you. This thing is the honeypot by which they lured in people to brainwash to use for their extensive cover-up. The entire Monolith faction, the reason why Faust took a bunch of vulnerable, lost, and very much without purpose amnesiacs and took them under his wing and said, "Follow me and I'll give you a purpose again." The entire reason that all of those people are amnesiacs without purpose and looking for something to cling on to is because they were brainwashed by this thing to kill leagues of people. And those poor innocent amnesiac motherfuckers are being slaughtered en masse by anybody who finds them because they were programmed by this thing to kill people. And the stalker population at large does not forgive or forget. So they see Monolith fire and they shoot. This thing is the reason when I talked earlier about how the zone represents some of mankind's most absolutely brutalistic and animalistic and I guess the word would be what was the word I used earlier? It was barbaric. Like mankind's most like animalistic and barbaric like nature that shines through in the zone. This device, it taps into the strongest elements of human yearning. The desire to have your deepest wish be fulfilled. It lures you in, it turns you into a killer. And then, when everything's shut down, those people who got brainwashed into killers had nothing else to live for. Some of them died. The ones who didn't get murdered didn't last long. And now, here it is. The device that is basically behind some of the worst human evils in the zone. Their attempts to take their failed experiment in influencing all the minds of humanity and trying to apply it on a smaller scale, specifically for the purposes of a cover-up, with no possible care for what would happen to these people after if they survived. Leagues of people slaughtered for being puppeteered, eventually finding themselves free of this thing's influence and then being gunned down for something they don't even remember doing, something they didn't do willingly. Now wandering, scared, lost, and alone, and being led astray by a blind man who wants to use them for his own means. They took the fucking thing. They fucking pulled it out of the Chernobyl plant and they brought it here. This is not what it looks like in the other games, because in the other games, you just get to see what it looks like when it's turned on. This is what it looks like when it's not on. You'll get to see what it looks like when it's on. Give me a second here. When Strider, who leads the Noontide faction, a man whose entire goal is to take these poor, lost, and led astray and amnesiac people who were brainwashed by this thing and then left to die as soon as it was turned off. The man who leads these people, who has had half of his flock taken from him by a blind psychopath. When he says that this is evil that mustn't be exploited, he knows it. He means it from the bottom of his fucking heart. When I talk about how SIRCAA is about playing God, this is the greatest example. This machine must be destroyed. So let's see what the good doctor. Oh right, Kelly, didn't I get like completely plastered the last time I did this cutscene? Here, just pay attention. Yeah, up here is too Korshinov.
Нам потрібна людина, яка вже володіє певними якостями. Мужність, наполегливість, витривалість.
I don't think Faust should be shot. I think he should be drawn and quartered.
Хтось, хто вже має специфічний досвід перебування в зоні. Одним словом, нам потрібно...
I'm explaining the Monolith and Noontide pretty heavily for a reason, because the Monolith are literally the most hated faction in the zone, because they were a fearless, heavily armored, heavily armed, psychotic faction that wanted to kill everybody. They were more fearsome than any anomaly or mutant when they were active, and now they're gone. And instead, in their place, all of their troops have awoken, and they are completely lost, aimless, and just trying to find a new purpose. So just keep that in mind.
Втратив все, що мав там на великій. І ти кажеш мені перестати бухати?
Що, нарешті оцінив?
He doesn't even give a shit.
Експеримент сам себе не проведе. Відставити.
He was actually just gonna let me choke his boss out.
І чекати чергового супервикиду. Або ризикнути і отримати контроль над аномальною енергією. Подивіться, наша ставка зіграла. А щодо вашого дому, звинувачуйте зону.
Okay, but your experiments literally caused my zone to get my house to get blown up.
Колумбійцю. Другий карибський експеримент пройшов не за планом. Під час експерименту на групу напали.
Right, yeah, I haven't talked about Scar and the Spark faction. That complicates matters very greatly.
Оскільки того разу
Much of Stalker 2's storyline is about two different factions telling vastly different stories about what happened. One of them is adamant that they weren't the aggressors and they were attacked. The other is adamant that they were. Both major sides in this story are their own unreliable narrators, and unfortunately they're being played with by people like Faust.
Всі нарешті заспокоїлись і можуть продовжити. Знаєте, що перебуває внизу, за склом? Не міф.
Here we go.
Божество. Псі-установка, що створена вченими проекту X.
Yeah, why is the monolith here, dude? Like, do you know how many people this thing led to their deaths? How many people either got killed by anomalies, radiation, mutants, the monolith, or became more monolith soldiers? Why the fuck is this here?
Навіщо ви притягли сюди моноліт? Одного провального експерименту було мало.
Like, you really think you're not gonna repeat the group's mistakes?
Працювали не лише генератори, але й інші пристрої проекту X. Зокрема ті, що створюють персоналізовані ілюзії, як моноліт. Якщо ваш альфа-артефакт активує моноліт, це...
Мої люди спеціально тренують.
Оце вже ні. Це...
Alright. Well, this machine that created an entire heavily armored, militaristic cult that wanted to kill everybody, and then left them all completely aimless and searching for a purpose, and then basically being hunted to extinction by those left in the zone who still remember. I'm sure this totally couldn't possibly have any negative effects. Let's go see how it turns out. Alright, watch this. Here's what it looks like. So now we get to see reenactments of what previous people wished for when they got here. This is what happens. You see it. You make a wish. And then, you kind of get your wish. Kind of. Only kind of. Ah, my favorite. My favorite. Watch this. Easily the bleakest engine in Shadow of Chernobyl. Engine? The bleakest ending. So for context here, the Wish Granter is There are technically about, I think, 7 endings in Shadow of Chernobyl. 2 of them are when you actually get to the real sea consciousness, the human-controlled system that basically caused the experiment that resulted in the zone being created, and is now attempting to wrangle the zone. The true ending of Shadow of Chernobyl is that Strelok shoots them all. Imagine this. The zone is some kind of van or vehicle hurtling down a hilltop towards a crowd of people that could be considered to be all of mankind. The steering doesn't seem to be functioning, and they can't seem to get it to steer away from the crowd of people. Strelok shot the brakes out. That's what he did. And that's why the zone is expanding beyond control and getting worse and worse and worse. The understanding at the end of Shadow of Chernobyl, and then further on at the beginning and end of Call of Pripyat, is that by killing off the sea consciousness, Strelok basically destroyed any possible chance mankind had at getting the zone actually under control. And, unless Dalin here, unless his little gambit actually turns out to be correct, basically everybody's fucked. So, that's one ending. The other ending when you get to the sea consciousness is you join them. You climb into the machine, and they make you one of them. The other 5 endings are all bad endings when you get to the Wish Granter instead. Each of them are based upon your own gameplay decisions, such as how many people you've killed, how much money you have, and which faction leaders are still alive. And we are currently seeing all of them. The bleakest one, in my opinion, is the one we just saw. One where, after killing all faction leaders and basically seeing the worst of mankind, Strelok decides that mankind must be controlled. Obviously, due to translation, people's own understanding of what he means by this varies. Some people believe by controlled that he means exterminated. By others, they believe that controlled he means puppeteered. Think of the canteen sip, by the way. The general understanding is what you see before you is him basically being forced to witness all of mankind's greatest crimes, atrocities, and hellish mistakes unfold from the beginning to the end, resulting in the absolute extinction of all of mankind and the end of the universe. And at the end of everything, after all he has witnessed and all he has seen in the blink of an eye, from the birth of man, the first time 2 cavemen bashed each other's heads in with a rock, to the last bomb that probably ended all known civilization, he's left alone in the void, and there is nothing left. It's a terrifying ending. Others are things as simple as, I want to be rich, and he envisions himself showered by money, but is actually crushed by a collapsing roof. One being, I wish to be immortal, and he's turned into a statue. We get to see all of them in painstaking detail, by the way. They're terrifying. Look at these. Ah! When you ask to rule the world, when you see, here is further proof about how manipulative the Wish Granter is. When asked to give you the power to rule the world, it makes you part of it. It incorporates you within itself. I think the fact that you see the Red Fortress is a very interesting little foreshadowing thing. Y'all don't get what that means, but I do. Aha, here we go. That's fucked up. So every Wish Granter wishes a monkey's paw. You envision your wish as being granted as a monkey's paw, and in actuality you are basically being brainwashed and turned into an obedient little soldier for the monolith. Oh, you want to talk monkey's paw? You want to talk monkey's paw? Skiff's wish, upon seeing all of these little monkey's paws and all of these people and the possible end they met. Skiff's own wish. I want this to end. Let's see what happens.
Дивися, Далін. Ця мишоловка все ще працює на сталкері.
Головне, що Альфа справжня, а він нам більше не потрібен.
Друг бродяги. Не вийде звідси живцем. Кінчай виставу.
I fucking knew it. I knew it was a fucking trap. Shit. Fuck. Nah, just wait. Just wait. So the last thing that happens is we wish for it all to end. And then that happens, huh? Let's see. I also forgot to load the hollow points out of my Fort 221. That probably didn't do me a whole lot of favors. Oh. Wait, are you serious? This was the last time oh, you gotta be shitting me. Hold on a second. Wait, actually, this is what I brought the fucking Black Talons for. Alright, hold on a second. We gotta watch this cutscene again, because I forgot to save before I went in there. Oh! I forgot you can do that. Also, I love the fact that without a flashlight, you just can't see shit. Alright, I think after at least like a couple of these cutscenes you can skip them, and that's going to be important, because we're going to have to. Let's do a couple of quick saves just to be sure. Oh, you can just instantly skip them. Cool. Here we go. Save. Okay. Now the first thing we need to do is get to a fucking advantageous position immediately. And we need to do something about this immediately. I mean, can you blame them? They proved the alpha artifact works. They clearly don't need me anymore. I guess I was just a guinea pig and a means to an end. I guess you'd have to be stupid to think it was going to end like this. But I'm still going to put up a fight. I'm going to put up a fight to fucking remember. Watch this. Excuse me. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. You really think that's gonna happen? Uh-oh. They are not letting me have it. They're not letting me have it, but that's okay. They want to fight, I'll fucking give them one. Holy shit. I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. Ah. Hell of a fucking fight they give you. Hell of a fight they give you. Oh, that's okay. I think I almost got it. I almost got it. All right, let's go. Come on. Show me what you got. All right, step up to the gun show.
Дивися, Далін. Ця мишоловка все ще працює на сталкері.
Головне, що Альфа справжня.
Let's go! I'm so happy for your brother, Stel. Let's fucking go. Alright, watch this. Oh. Wow, okay. Now here's the thing. I know a thing about what's supposed to happen here. I know a thing about, like, where this leads, which means, like, which makes the fact that you can, like, just have to load a save feel a little bit unnecessary. I get that they want you to feel like you're really fighting for your life here. Are you running around with 2 MTARs? I'm running around with 2 Fort 221s, which are Ukrainian recreations of it. And in my opinion, far, far better.
Я хочу, щоб це все скінчилось.
Look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, homie. I don't know what to tell you. Now, here's the weird thing. How does Korshinov know who Strider is? That's the one thing I want to know. The trigger hopefully isn't made of mashed potatoes like the X95. Yeah, here's the thing I want to know. How does Korshinov know about Strider? No, legitimately. How does he know? Nobody has ever said anything about Strider. I never told anybody about Strider. Korshinov should not know about Strider. So I just want to point that out. Like, you know, plant a little seed of doubt here. The first sign that maybe things aren't what they seem is that Korshinov should not know about Strider. Alright, here we go. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. You shouldn't know about Strider. Whoa! The fuck did you come from, bro? Unfortunately, this segment gets a little bit laggy because a lot of dudes just kind of start appearing. Yeah, they do. Alright, alright, alright. Oh, shit! Okay, that's fucking dirty. You shouldn't be able to fucking grenade me. Ugh. Son of a bitch. Maybe that sensually creepy woman... Oh, right, I forgot about that. You know what? Yeah, I guess that would kind of make sense, wouldn't it? Oh, well. I'm sure it's not important at all. I'm sure there isn't totally somebody with, like, particularly strange, like, aims and means to an end who is also kind of involved in everything, who we haven't even met yet. And no, I'm not talking about Mueller. Let's see if I can do this. Holy shit, those shots fucking hurt. Mueller light. Okay, here's my one issue with this segment. It is way too fucking hard. I feel like I should just give up the ghosts now, but I don't wanna. Because fighting for it, I feel like makes it like a lot more kind of, you know, like... I feel like it makes it hit harder, you know? We have to actually get there. So just bear with me. I can make this happen. I'm gonna get these fucking goggles off of me. I do wish the loading screens didn't take so fucking long in this segment, though. Okay, no, I need the fucking goggles. It is fun to fight for shit, but it's also not fun to get, like, fucking slaughtered this fucking hard. You'll notice they quite literally just seem to kind of appear from places. Open up! Alright, watch this. I can do this. Are you noticing something? Are you noticing the fucking sound of the wish granter isn't turning off, by the way? Is there an option that doesn't involve these assholes turning on you? Missy, you'll see. I took a nap and have returned. What are we doing? Let's see. A weird corporate entity is attempting to use the Chernobyl zone for its own means, and the PMC they hire has decided that I'm expendable and is going to kill me. And also, both of them are working together to play God. Maybe I should have brought better combat armor for this, but in my defense, I don't think I could have seen this coming. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Oh! Oh, hey, where'd you come from, buddy? How the fuck did you jam? A normal Stalker Tuesday. So Mueller, excuse you, Mueller is a government entity, not a corporation or a private military contractor. Mueller is actually worse because she is actually the whole ass establishment. Not just a whack ass PMC and like some type of like corporate science entity. Right? She's not fucking Raytheon. She could be worse. Government corpos, same things into you know what? No, you're right actually. I'll give you that. You basically just kind of have to keep fucking healing. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Wait, I can do it. 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 Okay, you said it's safe. Shutting it down now. Check this out. Alright, who's left? That's a lot of fucking... That's a lot of wardens. Nope, I'm better. There we go. God, that headshot is good. Come on. I think... Wardens? Yeah. Check this out. So after all that, after they decided to throw everything they could at us... That was an illusion. That was actually an illusion. When Skiff said, "I want this to end," he didn't say it. He didn't say it to Dalin and Korshinov. He said, "I want this to end," and the wish granter granted his wish. It gave him an end. And that end was, these dudes blow you the fuck up. That's why Korshinov called us Strider's buddy. He's not supposed to know about Strider. It's because he doesn't. But Skiff knows. And the wish granter gave us a monkey's paw of, "I'll give you an end. I'm gonna have them all fucking gun you down." And of course, in the ensuing melee, he actually, for real, shot Zotov in self-defense.
Що ви бачили? Що сталося в залі?
Це ти мені зараз розповіси, що за хрінь відбувається. Чиї спогади я бачу? Чому на мене напав загін варти? Це, по-твоєму, виконання бажань?
Скіфе, будь ласка, заспокойтесь. Це був...
Він каже правду, солдати.
That seemed too real. I feel like part of the implication is that if we saw the other memories that were Strelok, I feel like part of the implication might be that there was a real person who was here and they were testing the wish granter on, and that was their real last moments that we just had to relive, of somebody being put before this thing and then being mercilessly gunned down as soon as they were decided to no longer be important. Yeah, I'll say.
Так, від ілюзії зазвичай... Все, що ви бачили, Скіфе, дійсно було лише ілюзіями.
Якби дехто зупинив ілюзії...
Різке відключення установки підсмажило б Скіфу мізки.
Що? Іще одне випробування пішло не за планом до...
Чому ж? Так, я не передбачив псі-шлейф. Тобто те, що моноліт покаже чужі спогади. І що ілюзія не відповідає... Але я знав, що ви будете цілі. Більше того...
Що ви будете...
Надіть час... І Скіфе.
Okay.
Прикро за ваш дім.
So,
Хотів би я, щоб під час великих експериментів завжди можна було б уникнути...
so we're now into the end game now. Or Dalin's end game anyway. So his goal is to use the alpha artifact to connect and power back up both the monolith, which we just experienced, and the generators that were supposed to control mankind, or at least influence mankind, and accidentally created the zone. Dalin's goal is to plug the alpha artifact in and be able to control the zone. Also, they have bloodsucker corpses and like poltergeist corpses in these giant glass tanks. That's anyway, it's time to meet one of the other bigger power players in this story, who is only revealing herself now. Not you, Herman, you're not important.
Скіф, кола ти тут. Якби Далін прислухався, мені б не довелося. Скажи їй. Скажи. Прошу тебе.
Oh. Agatha!
Він мені не друг.
Скіф.
Це має сенс. Людям недостатньо пари днів знайомства, щоб стати друзями. Має з'явитися довіра, спільні секрети. Наприклад, про те, як дехто крав сканер з Енді Джазу через нестерпну заздрість до доктора Даліна. Або за вказівками таємничого Фауста наполягав на вбивстві всіх світів. включно з вами.
Я все поясню.
Ви вже пояснили, професоре. Через нього вас ледь не вбили.
Yeah, it's Agatha!
І тепер його доля в ваших руках. Справедливо.
This guy got me fucked over. This guy got me fucked over so bad. He lured me in with promises of a reward and getting my apartment back because he played me for a fucking fool, and he got me involved in some bullshit gang business I wanted no part of.
5 років.
All because he was really fucking jealous of Dalin and everybody else. Get the fuck out of here, Herman. Ozerski was better than you. I hope he's still alive.
Ризикованими справами. Ні друзів, ні родини. Лише самотні вечори перед екраном. І тепер від вашої квартири залишились лише руїни.
No, man, I'm Skinny Pete!
Is that Skinny Pete? Is that Skinny Agatha? For what it's worth, Agatha did not influence Mueller because I had begun writing Mueller before I even got to this part of the game.
В вашому домі всі кинулися до
I started writing Mueller around like summer and fall of 2024, and I didn't actually get to this section until January after I'd already been writing multiple scenarios fleshing out Mueller. This is Agatha. She hasn't explained who she is yet.
Сканер повернувся в Енді час. Зона надзвичайно небезпечна для зовнішнього світу. Але завдяки
Yeah, why is he okay with sharing a cig with this lady?
А ви тим часом повернетеся на велику, в прекрасний новий дім.
Звучить чудово.
She clearly doesn't appear to be an actual person who's in line with SIRCAA.
Присутній на експерименті.
If she is, she's definitely up to her own shit. But I don't believe she's part of SIRCAA.
Але експеримент потребує виняткової безпеки.
Yeah, she's dressed too fancy to be in the zone. Even Dalin is just wearing a suit, and most of the other guys are wearing lab coats.
Завадити, так?
Which is basically zone business casual.
Завадити нашому новому світу.
Nope. I definitely don't know a guy who's part of the disgraced ex-Monolith faction who wants to prevent this type of technology from being used for nefarious gains. I definitely don't know anything about that.
Знову хтось використовує вас, Євгене.
Звісно. Інша справа ви.
Бродязі нема чого вам запропонувати, на відміну від нас.
How the fuck do you know Strider's name?
Можете скласти зброю. Новий світ не має починатися з кровопролиття.
No. No worthy cause begins with bloodshed, but only the worthiest end with them. That might be bad optics, I don't know. Alright. So we met somebody who clearly seems to know more than even Dalin is letting on. She gave us a chance to let on that we know that Strider and Spark and some elements of Noontide are attempting to take this place over and steal the monolith back. And she is telling us that we're making a mistake. Now here's the thing. As a person who's beaten this segment before, obviously, the whole someone is attempting to fuck with the experiment thing, I feel like that is like Skiff trying to say, I think Strider's fucking with it. But I know somebody really is trying to fuck with this experiment, and it's not Strider. It's fucking Faust. But we'll see. We'll see. So we know the zone's destructive power. We know that the generators here in the zone, when tapped into, can do immeasurably powerful and terrifying things. We know the monolith can lure, control, and even kill people on a massive scale. And the generators can do that on an even larger scale. Regional, if not countrywide. So, we've seen the destructive power of what this stuff can do. And we've seen that a certain guy wants to We've seen that a guy wants to tap into it for his own means, and he's adamant that this time he will not make the same mistakes that this technology's original proprietors did. He's adamant that he will do this right this time. He won't make the same mistakes as those who came before him. But he's playing around with things that are way, way outside of his scope. So let's see. These are the only people who have experienced this technology's misuse firsthand. They know how destructive it is. They know what it can do to people. They know what it can do to mankind and the world. There's a lot of elements at play here, but the general concept is that you have one faction who wants to take advantage of technology with immeasurable powers of destruction and control, and other people who have already been victimized by it who want to put a stop to it. Yeah, I'm with you. Bitch. Oh. That's not good. Wait. Wait. Please tell me I saved before the wish granter thing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Please tell me I saved after it. Uh-oh. Okay. 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 Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. We're good. Yeah, there are autosaves, but guess who turned them off? Guess who turned them off? I turned them off. Because I don't need that shit. I'm better than that. I'm built diff. Don't worry, I'll quick save right before I get into the big fight. Yeah, that was a very tense loading screen. Why? Because the original Stalker titles only had autosaves after like major major MSQ events and after like level transitions. Level transitions were the only autosaves in the original game. Pala Pripyat added them only after like major developments to the MSQ, and that was it. Same reason I sometimes turn off the crosshair. People should be able to autosave after transitions. Yeah. All right, here we go, everybody. Are y'all ready for the experiment? You do you, I guess, but personally it's a miserable experience not having autosave. I'm just a Slobjank veteran, it needs to be this way. Are you guys ready for the shit to hit the fan? Because here it is. This is Dalin attempting to restart the generators and take control back over the zone. So let's see how it plays out. You know, after Faust gave this back to us.
So, bad news. You know the monolith, the faction, the armored cultists who were brainwashed by that thing we saw and turned into people who want to kill everything that isn't them for the aims of the group, the people who orchestrated the zone. You know, the entire faction of people who are basically brainwashed just to be one giant fucking cover-up, and all of them were freed as soon as the fucking as soon as the monolith, like the wish granter, was shut down and the sea consciousness was destroyed, and they all got scattered and left aimless and without purpose. So the monolith is awake again. And all of those aimless people are now, just as easily as they had that brainwashing and that programming flicked off, and they were set back to regular lives with no memories of who they once were and having to pick up the pieces of their lives in the crosshairs of everybody around them, just as easily, it's been flicked back on. And all of them, every single one of them, every guy who was on Wild Island, every guy living anywhere else, every single Noontider trying to put his life back together after the monolith shut down, is now awake again. And they're all armed. And they're all here. And there's nothing we can do about it. And here's the worst part. While in the original games, they were awoken when the sea consciousness was destroyed. They all woke up, and they managed to, you know, find a way to life again. Now, there is no sea consciousness. How do you shut them back down again? How do you unfuck this? You can't. So now, the monolith fighters are back awake. There's no way to put them back to sleep or make them normal again. All of them are armed, all of them are angry, and all of them are here. Did you, by the way, when Strider was trying to stop the experiment right at the last minute, did you see him get down on his knees and put his gun under his chin? Because he knew it was happening and he wanted to stop it as quickly as he fucking could. And he wasn't quick enough. Because right at that last second, you got to see him put the gun down. And then he got up and got right to doing what he was supposed to do. Because now the monolith is awake again, and we are all fucked. An entire faction, an island settlement full of people who were all just peaceful amnesiacs trying to live their lives out again, are now militarized, completely immune to all reason, and there is nothing we can do to stop them. Oh, by the way, all of the systems that are preventing anomalies from appearing here are now completely failing, meaning that anomalies are appearing everywhere. To call this a lost cause is the greatest understatement in human history. Nobody can be saved. There's something I need to do down here first, though. No, you need to understand. When I played this mission, right, and I got to see the part of Strider putting the gun under his chin, I am dead ass about this. The first words out of my mouth, Kelly can attest to this because she was there, but the first words out of my mouth were putting my hands on my head and shouting, "Don't you fucking do it." This is the worst it can ever be. This is the worst it can ever be. All of the order that the Ward has established by forcing the two major warring ideologues to get along with each other has fallen apart. All of the fear that Stalkers have instilled in Noontiders by making them regret the things that they had done in their previous lives that they had no memory of and no control over. All of that means nothing now, because they are all awake again. Nothing can fix this. When you open the dictionary to the phrase irreversibly fucked, it should be a picture of this. This institute. Were they playing God? Abso-fucking-lutely. I think they were doing shit that no scientific institution should ever be allowed to get away with. Are they awake or back asleep? That's awake and unafraid, asleep or dead. When you open the dictionary to the phrase irrevocably fucked, it should be a picture of this. This, all of the order, all of the peace treaties, all of the ways every single guy who used to be a part of Noontide has worked tirelessly to try and make something of himself again in the wake of the sins that he created while being puppeteered by the monolith. Every single little thing that every stalker has done, be they Noontide, SIRCAA, what have you, in an attempt to try and make the zone a better place. Our players with all manner of possible control over the zone and their environment around them. People pulling all kinds of strings of varying thickness and length, doing everything they can to make the zone into something more than what it once was. Years and years and years of scientific progress, taking the learnings and what we knew about the new world created after 2006. Untold lives, torn to shreds, and futures have turned to ashes in our mouth, and all it took was seconds in that chamber, and one guy pressing a button, and this is all it has culminated in. The monolith hasn't been active for over a decade. Over a fucking decade, the monolith has not been active. They have been dormant, and their members scattered and lost and alone, forming Noontide. Stalkers living in fear, and every single Noontider that was killed was entirely in fear of events that are over a decade old. Wounds run deep in the zone, especially when medical supplies aren't easy to come by. So now, all that's left, years and years and years of, well, I'm sure the monolith is gone, but, you know, we gotta be on edge, but, like, you know, the monolith is over. We don't have to worry about it. It's fine. The greatest fear of the zone that drove the endless extermination of so many innocent people by holding them accountable for the sins of people like them who had no memory of what they did. All of this is for nothing. Because now the monolith is active again, so now it doesn't fucking mean anything. All these years and years and years of waiting in fear and just kind of trying your best to pave a new future. All these years and years and years of trying to undo the sins of the past. And now they have those wounds have not only been torn open once again, new knives have been thrust into them. Fissures span entire arm lengths in the zone now. Look, I'm just getting really fucking poetic because this is the moment where I realized that unlike Clear Sky and Call of Pripyat and Shadow of Chernobyl, 3 games I loved, Stalker 2 was the first Stalker game I ever played to actually make me give a shit about the story. Because they spend so much fucking time getting you acquainted with Noontide, getting you to learn all about, like, there are entire side quests where you learn about the stigma against what the monolith once was. You get to understand that these people did not deserve what happened to them. They were stupid, they were gullible, and they ran right into a honeypot. That is the greatest sin that the people who became the monolith had ever committed. That is all they did, and it certainly was not deserving of the fate they were given. And yet, they were rewarded with brainwashing, they were rewarded with being turned into monsters. And they've spent years and years and years trying to turn the clocks back, trying to undo the sins of their past, trying to make a future for themselves. And you spend all of this game, so like the entire first act, learning about the extent they've gone to, the future they plan, the hope they have to make a better world. Trying to create some type of system of commerce and clearing old like mechanical junk out of facilities to try and trade it with other stalkers. Peace treaties, ways of finally laying the past to rest. This whole storyline hits hard, not just because all of this shit goes tits up, but because you spend so much in the early game being shown what these people have had to live through and how much hope they had that it could have been better. And in the blink of an eye, all it took was seeing this pissant little corporate fuck plug this space rock into a machine and throw a switch, and as easy as it took Strider to put the gun down after he tried putting it under his chin, all of it turned to nothing. Worse than nothing. All of it is rapidly burning before us. There is no hope of putting this fire out. There is no hope of putting this fire out. All we can do is let it wash over us and try our best to heal the burns as best as we can and rebuild in the ashes, because Lord knows this fire is not going out. When I talk about how Stalker is a game about how trying to play God and trying to control that which you were never meant to control will always blow up in your face, here you go. The unforeseen consequences of here's how we can make the world better. We can fix what the group did. We can make the zone disappear. We can use it for the betterment of mankind. We won't make the same mistake. But you did worse than make the same mistake. You didn't just make the same mistake. You repeated it tenfold. Because these aren't just dumb bastards who fell for a honeypot anymore. These are people who finally managed to pull themselves out of the absolute rock bottom that being a Noontider is. That waking up from the monolith's control does to you. Stigma. Fuck. Between the stigma, the way you are attempted to be hunted down to extinction by people who still hate you for the sins of people that you don't even know anymore. All of this. Rather than just being a bunch of people who fell for a honeypot and ran in headlong and got brainwashed, now, these are people with entire lives who didn't even, like... A lot of Monolith soldiers, I think, you could believe, probably were already told what was going to happen if they tried going to the center of the zone. And they were desperate. They didn't care. They wanted to give it a shot anyway. Maybe that doesn't justify being brainwashed and turned into a heartless soldier that wants only to kill. But fuck. I think having the knowledge of what's about to happen certainly makes this a little bit easier when a person that you know decides to go in and they get brainwashed when you tell them, hey, don't go into the brainwash zone. These people were leading their own lives and trying to create a whole ass new fucking existence for themselves. And look what's about to happen to a mechanic that you meet early in the game who wants to protect the sanctity of life, and even when his brothers are near death, he still believes they deserve a second chance and hope at a better life.
Що там сталося, Скіфе? Що з бродягою? Чому по нас стріляють? З якого хріна ви стріляєте? Ми з бродягою!
Це ж не навчальна.
Oh. Fuck. This is why Faust is so fucking evil. Because the whole reason people followed him is because he promised them the level of purpose and hope that the monolith offered them. Those who were under control of the monolith after there was nothing that could be done for them were under the illusion that the monolith was giving them hope, purpose, something to live for. And then as soon as the monolith died, it was taken from them. I can't blame a lot of them for thinking Faust was offering them, like, the promise of a better tomorrow. When you spend your entire life yearning, completely lost without anything to live for, because the only thing that gave you anything to live for is now gone. Even if it turned you into a brainwashed killer, isn't something better than nothing? So of course Faust was able to turn people over to his side. He genuinely believes that he was like... He genuinely believed he was doing the right thing. He really thought he was making a better world for everybody, and he doesn't even realize how many lives he's completely ruined in the blink of a fucking eye. I do love you're doing this, like, direct. Look, okay, Stalker's fucking important to me. I've been playing the game for this long, and the first time I saw a motherfucker in monolith armor, I didn't know what to fucking think. It didn't take the game very long to prove to me that the people of Noontide really were good people, that really did want to make something better of themselves, that there was hope. But Faust knew tomorrow couldn't promise them hope, so he promised it to them himself. And his promise was a fucking lie. And Angel really does nail it on the head about offering an addict one more fix when they're in remission. I could promise you hope. I could promise you a purpose. I can get you to hear his voice again. Just follow me. I'm not going to tell you that you're about to completely re-brainwash all of your sisters and brothers. I'm not going to tell you that you're about to kill untold legions of people without even wanting to. I'm not going to tell you that you're going to bring a whole fucking new dark age to the zone. I'm not going to tell you that. But I'm going to tell you that I can give you hope. Who the fuck wouldn't take it? Who the fuck wouldn't take it?
Що там на острові взагалі відбувається?
Та хрін його знає.
Sascha talks about Stalker 2 lore like I talk about Bionicle. Yeah. And here's the worst part. Because we spend time on Wild Island. We spend time on Wild Island, right? Where the people that... Oh, fucking poor cores, dude. So we spend time on Wild Island. And obviously when we get there, many of the Monolith, or I guess the Noontiders, need to take a second, no worries. Many of the Noontiders on Wild Island are very distrusting of you. Because years and years have gone by, and Stalkers still want to kill Noontiders because they haven't let go of the past. So they formed their own society and they said, we don't want anything to do with Stalkers. You getting to actually, like, interact and learn their stories is the first step in breaking down years and years and years of barriers. Years of barbed wire that everyone's been tangled in. You being able to walk on Wild Island and talk to them and learn their stories and meet them, and learning... Yeah, the part where it's like, oh, here's our good friend, he got zombified, I don't want you to kill him, I want there to still be hope that we can cure him someday, kind of thing. Oh, you know, we don't trust you, but after a little bit of time, you know what? Hey, it's good to see you. You know what? You know what, Skiff? Maybe you are proof that Stalkers are okay. Maybe you're proof that we can be accepted again. And in the end, that didn't happen. They never got that chance. Because the man who promised them hope even more than the man who promised them a better but harder tomorrow decided to fuck it all.
And the man that these stalkers placed their trust in decided to immediately walk headlong into a trap planted by the man that the other half of them placed their trust in. When I talk about how the SIRCAA section is where multiple people are attempting to play a chess game, and they're both already being controlled by people that we don't even know, and we, the player, are the person who is about to drag their two pieces together on the board, I'm not fucking around. That's what it is. That's what it is. Dalin isn't even the guy running the show. We just saw somebody's checkmate, and a whole lot of pieces got taken, and we're never gonna get them back. God. I didn't think I had that kind of, like, narrative hyping in me. Like, I don't even think that was, like, analysis or, like, anything like that. It was just, like, me hyping up and giving the context and doing my best to be like, this, like, you need to understand what's at stake. You need to understand the impact. Me, having played through Call of Pripyat and seen how far Strider came, from being a guy who's, like, completely aimless and is like, fine, you know, I guess I'll go work for somebody if they give me, you know, like a job to do or whatever. Like literally, he just goes, I don't give a shit who works for who at the very end of Call of Pripyat. You know? He even got out of the zone. And it wasn't for him. He had to go back. Seeing where Strider came from back in Call of Pripyat and seeing everything he's been through and how far he's come from being like a completely like suggestible guy to being somebody leading entire teams and a whole ass like settlement full of people and promising them a better tomorrow as long as they work hard for it. Seeing him get to that point and then knowing that up until the very end, all he wanted was to make sure his people were going to be safe and that what happened to them could never happen to another person. The man that he trusted and even tells you of his own accord, I can't just shoot him for having different beliefs than me. To the very end, he still wanted the best for Faust. He still wanted to believe that Faust had good in his heart. And then what happens? That exact moment that you see him try to stop everything before it's too late, and as soon as you see that gun go under his chin, you'd scream, don't you fucking do it, just like I did too. When you shook Strider's hand in Wild Island, I saw someone who worked incredibly hard to get where he was. When he hands you that rifle, and he has a fucking bullet casing necklace, and you ask him why he has a bullet casing necklace and he's giving you the rifle, and he says something along the lines of, this necklace is a reminder of the past. And he says something along the lines of, this rifle can help us fight for the future or something. I can't remember the exact line, but someone will have to remind me of it. But I do appreciate all of the kind comments here. I think it also just kind of helps that I'm very, very, like, I can't really get a line out of my head from a song by the Wonder Years, called Stained Glass Ceilings. And it's about the ways that, like, people get manipulated by the powers that be, and people with unwholesome, aims to basically become, like, the new soldiers for, like, fascism, and right-wing, like right-wing talking points, and even wholesale actual, like, homegrown violence, and neo-fascism. And there's a line about, like, you know, like a kid, like, you know, like, getting a gun and either shooting himself or somebody else. And there's something about the way that Soupy delivers the line, and the kid that pulled the trigger knew tomorrow couldn't promise him hope. I feel like that line hits pretty hard in a game like this.
I feel like the phrase, the guy who pulled the trigger that knew tomorrow couldn't promise him hope, really does feel like the only way to really do justice to the fuck up that Faust has done. And the worst part, too, is if the monolith is no longer active. But the monolith was no longer active until we reactivated it by, you know, delivering an artifact that he obviously did some shit with. By delivering an artifact that he obviously did some shit with that he gave to us and wanted us to bring to SIRCAA. The monolith was no longer active before that, until we activated it again. But when he gave it to us, he was very clearly... I don't think Faust was acting the way a human being would. I think it is very likely to believe that something was making Faust act a little bit more fucked up than I think even he was, because if he was always like this, there's no fucking way Strider would have trusted him the way he did. There's no way. And so when I say that there's like higher powers at play, Dalin isn't the guy running the show at SIRCAA. Korshinov isn't even the guy running the show at SIRCAA. And Faust sure as shit isn't the guy running things here. So I don't know what the fuck he was up to. But tomorrow couldn't promise him hope, and somebody else did. And he learned to promise it to a ton of other people. And here's the thing. It runs deeper. It runs deeper. Because... right? It runs deeper. The name Faust has implications. It does. And it runs deeper. Because the alpha artifact that Faust gave back to us after stealing our scanner from us at the very beginning of the game. Remember, it was planted in our apartment by an anomaly that happened primarily because of a tampered with experiment that happened a long time ago. The second Caribbean experiment, another attempt to run the generators without needing an alpha artifact, ended up spawning one in your apartment. And remember they said this happened because the experiment was fucked with. Korshinov blames Scar and the Spark faction. We can't really clarify if that actually happened yet. We can't actually know for sure if that's true, because Korshinov has a long-standing grudge against Scar and the rest of the people in Spark. We can't take his word for it, but we can't take Scar's word for it that he didn't do it, either. All we know is that the Caribbean experiment was not supposed to go as it did. And after already fucking up one, there's no reason that Dalin would have run a second one. I don't believe he's that fucking stupid. I don't think Korshinov did anything, but it's very clear. It is very clear that whatever's going on here, we're seeing the culmination of somebody's master plan years in the making. From the second Caribbean experiment all the way to the creation of the second alpha artifact, to it being brought back into the zone, stolen, and then handed back to us. Could that all have gone down? Would the monolith have been reawakened if Strider, or if Faust hadn't stolen the artifact and handed it back to us? If we had simply came into the zone, and then Herman had handed it off directly to Dalin, or if we had handed it to Dalin without ever having it stolen from us and Faust hadn't touched it, would the monolith have reawoken? No. I think Faust's tampering played a monumental role in causing all of this. But I still think he's being puppeteered by somebody way worse. And here's what makes it even worse. So you spend all that time in the first act getting to know the Noontiders on Wild Island, getting to walk around their fucking, you know, settlement, getting them to trust you, learning about their stories, their views, the way that Kors genuinely does want the best for other people, the way Ladochka doesn't really understand the blind hope that some of these people have, but he does understand that you either have hope or you don't. And he knows better than to try and convince them of otherwise. He knows he's never going to be able to get Cores to finally accept that his friend who got zombified on the roof of Wild Island's shelter is never going to be like a normal person again. He knows he can't convince Cores of that. But, like, what's the point? If you don't have hope and you don't fight for tomorrow, then what the fuck are you fighting for? And that's all the Noontiders wanted to do. They wanted to fight for tomorrow. And it got taken from them. So now, after learning all about them, and learning all about the tomorrow they hoped for, the tomorrow they wanted to fight for, the tomorrow they wanted to build with their own blood, sweat, and tears, you walk back to the place they used to live in. You go back to where they painstakingly built the foundations of a hopeful future and a better zone for everybody. Even those who wanted to kill them. Even in their hearts spending years and years and years on the run and being hunted down by those they don't even remember persecuting, they still chose to forgive. They still chose to try to make things better for everyone. They chose to be better. And now, you walk through the remains of the foundation of their hope. Hope wasn't a seed they planted. It was something they had to build. And now, you walk through it, and it's fucking empty. This is all that is left of their hope. Everything they wanted to create, every future they wanted to sustain, every story they wanted to tell. It's empty. There's nobody here. They've all left. They're all off to places like the Lesser Zone, like the Garbage, like Rostock, like everywhere. They are quite literally everywhere. But here. This place represents a dream, and we're walking through the shards of it. I know that y'all know that I like to invoke song titles, especially from very specific bands that I hold near and dear to my heart. But I think there's a particular Counterparts line that feels like it hits. When you take a look at a place built entirely as a foundation for the hope of forgiveness, for the hope of unity in the face of persecution and attempted extermination, for the foundation of a better tomorrow, even in the face of hatred. And it's empty. And the only thing that's left in it are your scant corpses from those who didn't want this anymore. Because everybody's gone. They've all left, and there's a whole new conquest, and this cycle of death, rebirth, of purpose, and loss of it, and yearning, and being given purpose again is restarting. And there's not a fucking thing you could do about it. And the only proof of it, the only proof that any of this had ever started, ended, and begun again, is this foundation, is this house of a better tomorrow that they built, and it's fucking empty. So when I talk about this on stream, and I like to call this place an empty mass grave, I'm not even joking. This was the scariest part of the game. For me. You're so used to it being bustling with nervous, anxious, reserved, but still well-meaning people. They don't trust you at first, but they grow to. They grow to learn that if one person can learn to trust them again and put their past behind them, who's to say the whole zone can't follow suit? Who's to say that all of this can finally be laid to rest? I forgot about that. I don't think I want to do this anymore. Nah, like when I say that this is the scariest part of the game, I mean it. You are so used to this place being like so like full of hopeful people who are reserved and nervous, but they mean well. It's bustling with people. It's a place full of people and lights and sounds and things, and then when you come back here, it's fucking empty. Yeah, in my defense, I didn't know that Bloodsucker was gonna be there. I really do feel like empty mass grave is the only term that really does it justice. We really just watched an entire dream. A dream of hundreds fall to fucking pieces. And all that's left of it is the empty hourglass that somebody tapped and poured the fucking sand out of. This is the most haunting part of the game, is coming back here and seeing it empty, ransacked, nothing is left, nobody is here. All of the things, all of the lives they lived, the stories they had to tell, the ways they came home from their little hunts every day and sat around trash fires talking about how much they couldn't wait to finally wake up in the future that Strider told them they could have if they kept working tooth and nail, blood, sweat, and tears for it. All of these things are gone. They're gone. They're never coming back. Nothing can rebuild this. Nothing can seal this wound again. It is bleeding, and it will bleed the zone dry.
Director, this is Strigo 1-1.
That's a great time to get raided. Hi, Liver Terrors. Good to see you. Thank you for the raid. You caught me at a particularly heavy time as I'm getting very prosy about the big, the big switch up in Stalker 2's storyline. For those who are new to my channel, I'm too much Sascha the Chernobyl battle maid. I cook, I clean, I kill. When I'm not doing any of those things, I'm often getting very, very prosy about storylines that hit me particularly hard, and tonight is one of those nights, and I got hit with a broken arrow by rain. Tell me all about what you were up to and how you were doing, Liver Terrors. If you got a raid and run, I understand, but thank you for bringing you and your people on in here. Promise they're in good hands. Fuck everything, dude. You know, Angel, you asked me what the plan is now. There's a plan? There's a plan? I think after all of that, we're coming up on about 5 hours into stream. Have to be up at 8 o'clock for an 11 a.m. tomorrow, so maybe it's best we close the lid on the casket tonight. We can bury it next week. We can bury it next week. There's no service to be found here. I'm gonna bring us on down to the bar. We'll find us a raid message, and we'll have a little bit of a somber moment about...
Oh no.
Sascha leaving me with all these unimaginable horrors for a game I know nothing about. Well, I'm happy I was able to not only convey the game's context, but also the gravity of what just happened to people who haven't or may never even play this game. What we witnessed here tonight is why no matter how broken the game was, no matter how many things didn't seem to work properly on launch, no matter how many things seemed very much out of place when the game came out, I knew for a fact this was all I could have hoped for in a Stalker sequel. And I will never allow anybody to tell me that this game is not stellar, because of how much it suddenly made me give a shit about story in a game where the atmosphere and gameplay really was the only thing I really came there for. Sure, the lore and the storyline and the backstory of everything was definitely interesting. Sorry for the landmine jump scare. The lore of much of Stalker had always been interesting to me. But I did not expect, within a country mile, to play a Stalker game where the story actually had me so heavily invested that the scenario of a character I'd gotten to know across multiple games shooting himself to avoid such a terrifying fate had my hands on my head and me shouting at 1 a.m. in the morning, "Don't you fucking do it." I did not expect that, and I will never let a single human being tell me that Stalker 2 is not an incredible victory for games. When it spent this long in development, so many weird things happened, and not a single person... I didn't even expect Stalker 2 to be good. I expected it to be at best, okay, but I expected to still spend the rest of my life playing Anomaly and Shadow of Chernobyl and probably not really acknowledging it. I did not expect Stalker 2 to have me this heavily invested. I didn't expect it. For a game to have this engrossing of a story, this engrossing of a world, this engrossing of a gameplay loop, for a game to get me talking for like 30 minutes to two people that I've only met recently about how much I love a simple construction site platforming puzzle simply for the implications of it within the storyline and the way that it uses a creative vision shader effect to make it interesting. When I can spend a half hour looking at the map screen and letting my imagination run wild at what I have to discover before me. When I am sitting at almost 250 hours of gameplay since it launched a year ago, and I am not even close to finishing it. When that is the game we're talking about? How the fuck is that not a victory? How is that not something to celebrate? How is that not something to cherish, to hold close to your heart, and never let go? You want to know part of why I haven't finished it? Because I don't wanna. I'm so fucking invested and sucked into the game that is Stalker 2 that I don't ever want to see it end. Even though I know it holds unimaginable levels of intrigue. So many cool things that I haven't even discovered. Fuck, if Call of Pripyat was such a fucking engrossing game that there was a secret in it that I didn't discover for a decade, imagine what lays beneath the skin of this game. And all I have to do is take a scalpel to the stitches and peel it back. Piece by piece. What more can I say? What more can I say? Wow. That took a lot out of me. I was admittedly running a little bit low on Steam when we came back from the BRB. I was getting a little bit lightheaded. Wasn't sure how much longer I could go for. And then, well, this happened. This happened. Yeah, I didn't expect to get this prosy. I didn't expect to get this prosy by a long shot. But, a very intense last hour. I just wanted to make sure that these stakes were well conveyed to everybody. But, genuinely thank you all so much for coming by here tonight. It means the world to have, like, a Stalker Tuesday where everyone was kind of consistently kind of locked in and sitting beside me, hands kind of tightly gripping their kneecaps and leaning forward in awe and wondering, what's going to happen next? Where is this going to lead? What is it going to mean? Not just for the characters, but for us as people. And I'm happy I was able to invest all of you in a story that that many of you haven't actually played yet, just because of how much it means to me. And I need you all to understand, Kelly was a crucial part of getting me to really understand it, just the ways that we would both sit down and chat with each other. I don't even have a fucking raid message. How the fuck do you have a raid message for something like that? How do you even raid out to somebody after something like that? You know? I was about to go to bed at the part with the wish visions and I'm still... That's... When I manage to get people to stay up that late when they're about to go to bed, that's how I know that's how I know I've won. That's how I know I had a victory. Right? This plot beat has me feeling the way I feel when I'm gonna be digesting something for a while. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So I feel like ending it just walking through a mass grave of saints was probably the best way we could call it. So I'm gonna find us somebody we can raid out to. We're here to steal your pros. Jesus Christ, dog. You know what? You know what? Had to tell Noelle, sorry, I'm locked in right now. When Stalker Tuesday is hitting so fucking hard. Like, that just has me feeling really, really... Ah, dude. This game means a lot to me. I think I know what to do. I think I know what to do. How do you spell Khors' name, Kelly? It's Khors, right? Yeah, here we go. We're gonna pour one out for Khors, and that's gonna be our raid message. How about Rip Khors? Oh, that's a unique tinnitus tone. Alright then. Who are we going to raid out to? I'm probably not going to pull it up on the TV this time. I think I do kind of need to start, you know, making my way on down to the end screen tonight. But we have a couple of possibilities. We don't have a whole lot of people I can raid that I feel like really fit the tone of what we've witnessed and what we've talked about. It's hard to really find anybody that feels like it really could fit what we were discussing tonight. You know? There's a lot of silly homies, a lot of wildness. Perhaps what we need is to kind of tone it down a little bit. Maybe something not super over the top, not something super bit heavy or really engaged. Maybe we just kind of need to sit down next to each other with somebody and just kind of take it easy for a little bit. So I think we're going to raid our good homie Barry. Barry's actually a person that I first learned about in Stalker Anomaly modding. To my knowledge, they don't do it a whole lot anymore. But I do know that right now they're playing World of Warcraft and taking it easy. So after such a heavy-handed very prosy ending. I think what we need right now is to sit down and watch a homie play some WoW. How about that? So I'm gonna get the raid ready for Barry. I'm gonna bring us down to the end screen. But once again, thank you all for a completely unforgettable evening, because it's kind of crazy to remember, oh right, we hit a level 4 hype train earlier this stream, because all of that feels like days and days and days away after everything. But thank you all for all of the fucking gift subs and subscriptions and cheers and getting us to a level 4 hype train. That's something I don't think I've seen since 2023. It genuinely means the world to me to have a community that is this loving and this invested and this resonant with what I do and what matters to me. I think I'm not gonna be super, sappy and say that I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for y'all. I'd be here. I don't think I'd be as happy as I am now if I was. Just think I should be real about that. So, thank you all, and it really, really is an absolute treasure. I think I'm searching my head and I kind of ran dry on the pros after everything, but I think all of you are truly worth your weight in gold. And not just to me, but to the world. Because I think when I talked a lot about the whole thing with Noontide, about the ruins of a dream of a better tomorrow, about pulling a trigger because tomorrow can't promise you hope, but you fall into the hands of somebody who promises you hope, and he promises that you can bring it to somebody else by giving yourself up like that. When I talk about promises of hope and building a better tomorrow and doing everything you can to prevent it from being taken away, I think it's very weird, but me and Kelly both identify very heavily with the storyline and the characters of Noontide. I think being, especially as a trans person where it feels like your entire life behind you is just kind of like somebody else's life now, and you kind of feel like you're living in the shadow of that forever, not even just in terms of the life you've lived, but your own experiences and the way that people will always kind of measure you as that person you kind of buried, and not the person that you woke up as that one day where you looked yourself in the mirror, and as soon as you dressed different or called yourself a different name, you were finally able to smile at that person and say, I think I've grown to love you again. And living in a time where it feels like so many of us are now waking up as that new person and being able to smile at ourselves again, and realizing that who we once were is somebody we didn't want to be, just somebody we were made to be. And then waking up and finding ourselves in a new world where we are still hated, both for who we want to be and who we were. And knowing that this is an entire community full of people who, much like Noontide, we choose to forgive and we choose to promise a better world and we choose to promise hope to each other and those around us. And we choose not to pull triggers, we choose not to destroy, we choose to forgive and we choose to plant seeds, we choose to build foundations. And I think it's weird, this kind of is our own little Noontide. And sometimes I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel like my own kind of Strider in a way. And y'all feel like a kind of little hopeful little island community where we're coming together and we're saying, fuck them. We don't need them. Well, we might sometime, but we can make something of ourselves before that. And we can make sure that they know that we're not here to, we're not here to live by the standards that we were held to before. We're here to be ourselves, and we're here to be somebody new, and we're here to just fuck. God, I'm losing my own thread. I'm losing my own thread. But I hope it's resonating why I think the Noontide storyline hits hard. Because especially as a trans person, I think it feels like it could be analogized, and it feels like it could be interpreted or simply co-opted in this way, of taking it to mean that. And in a time where a lot of people are being promised hope, and a lot of people are being pulled in different directions, and we're seeing a lot of people get pulled down very, very harsh paths by their own Fausts, and we're seeing a lot of really, really bad shit happening. And we're seeing a lot of people go back to the person that they that they laid to rest when they woke up for the first time. A lot of people woke up, found themselves in a new life as new people who could finally love themselves again, and decided that because somebody else promised them hope, they hated that, and they wanted instead to be led towards going back to who they once were, because that is what feels like purpose to them. That's what feels like making a better world. That's what feels like life that's worth living, is by reverting. You're seeing that a lot. You're seeing it with a lot of trans folk who choose to go back to the insane alt-right culture that's being propagated now. That's kind of what's happening right now. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure we don't have another mass grave of saints on our hands. Okay? So I'm going to see you all over in Barry's chat. I'm going to get us to the end screen. And we're going to find a nice little cozy way to wind down and call this a night. See you all there. Alright. So, you have your raid message. You can use whatever emotes you choose to use if you know, so choose. Obviously, I've asked Barry what their pronouns are the last time I was in there and didn't get an answer, and I can't find Barry's pronouns anywhere on Twitter, Twitch, or anything. So I apologize for defaulting to the they, them, but if and when I get corrected, I will happily correct it. But until now, it is best not to assume pronouns. Because I know Barry was going by he, him at one point, and then she, her at another point, and then it's not my business unless Barry wants to talk. So, I'll see you all in their chat. And yeah, just, you know, make sure to respect the rules. Don't be weird. Don't be a dick. If you want to hang out with us and you want to be part of this own little noontide we built together, you can come on down to our Discord server and hang out with us on any of the little weekly occasions, from listening parties to movie nights and more. We'd be happy to see you there. In the meantime, that's going to do it. You'll see me on Thursday with Lady Mischief here in chat for Pathologic 2. And on Sunday, me and my good longtime friend Albert of almost over 9 full years actually, will be playing Lost in Vivo. So look forward to that. And otherwise, you can of course find me on Blue Sky, and there if you want to watch, you know, see more of me. Have a good night,